ranked Ohio State takes on Marshall. Big noon Saturday, only on Fox.
Down under, we love our yogurt, especially when it's made with heaps of real blueberries and 100% whole milk.
Noosa yogurt.
It's seriously tasty. And I'm seriously lightheaded.
Designed by women, for women. That's Warner's. Celebrating women every day.
High quality ingredients. No harmful pesticides. Stonyfield Organic. Good on purpose.
Do we know who our witnesses this morning are going to be?
Should be Crime Scene Tech Turner, Ms. Latner's Officer McGovern, Crime Scene Tech L. Jenkins. Court's indulgence for 1 moment. Ms. A.S., who we've spoken about previously, Ms. Smith.
All right, so we still need to resolve the issue of whether that person is going to be shown on film,
Yes,
right?
yes, Your Honor. And depending on the one witness we've been discussing all week, Your Honor, who has the condition. Yes, and lastly would be depending on the status of the
Understood.
witness.
We discussed yesterday the possibility that Mr. Zachary may or may not testify, depending upon when and if he is released from the hospital. All right, so with regard to AS.
Your Honor, the state's position,
You need to talk into the mic.
yes, I'm talking into.
It is working, she's just not close enough to it and it's attached, so you're gonna have to just pick one up and use that one. Or go to the podium. Either one.
Regarding Ms. A. Smith, again, Your Honor, the state is asking for her not to be shown on television. I believe she still lives in the community in which this incident occurred back in 2020, Your Honor. I believe she has voiced some concern. Ms. Love is the prosecutor who has been in the most communication with Ms. Smith, but my understanding is she has voiced some concern. I can't go into specifics regarding her safety in this case, Your Honor, given that she still lives there. I believe at one point she did communicate with one of our victim advocates that members of one of the defendant's family had approached her. And this was probably about a year ago. And so she was supposed to provide us more information about that particular individual. And so those are some of the things that I am aware of that she has discussed with us and with the state. And so given some of those factors, we would ask for her not to be shown on camera.
All right, And is there any objection to just having her audio but not her face shown?
Yeah, Your Honor, I object to that. I don't believe that what you've heard from the state today rises to the level that was set by the previous court on the standard by which a witness would not be videoed while testifying. Of course, this is the first I've heard that maybe possibly she may have talked to a victim advocate. I know that when this came up in court the other day, that was not mentioned, but absent that, which it sounds a little bit loose at this point, I just don't believe it rises to the standard. And if this is what's established, then any witness could potentially just raise their hand and say, I don't want to be videoed.
Okay, well, obviously, this trial's been going on for a really long time and not that many people have done that. So that doesn't appear to be an actual legitimate concern.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that since these requests have started coming in, that approximately, I don't know, I'm making a guess, so don't hold me to it, but roughly 20% of the witnesses that have appeared on the list that we get at the end of the day on Friday for the next week, I would probably about 20% are highlighted as not to be shown. So it's not a one or two off thing in the history of this case.
Okay, so since I've been presiding over this case, which has been since what, mid-July or so, this is the second witness that has had anything raised. So that doesn't seem to be the percentage right now, but that's not the determining factor anyway. It's whether there is a legitimate security concern that can be substantiated by either the witness or the state. I mean, Ms. Hilton, are you representing that she has had threats made to her that she's brought to the state's attention?
She's communicated, I know for one specific incident that a family member of one of the defendants had approached her.
Okay,
But
and
not
what?
approached her asking her not to testify in the trial. She did not say that that individual threatened to
All
harm her.
right, so maybe we find out a little bit more from her when she gets here. Is she here now? Okay, well, we'll maybe revisit that issue, and if the victim advocate has further information or you develop further information before then, let me know. Okay,
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
just to be clear, if she can show that there's been a threat made against her, or you believe there's a threat made against her, then I will not object to her not being shown on video.
all right, threat or intimidation?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
turning the page from the video, on video, off video, with Ms. Smith, the information just recited by Ms. Hilton is the first I've heard of this. I don't know what this interaction is, but the state, am I correct that the state, regardless of whether she's shown on video or not, is not going to seek to admit any testimony about whatever this interaction was as part of her testimony, is it?
No.
Okay, all right, cool.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anything else the state intends to present with regard to that particular 911 call with Ms. Latner's? Mr. Atkins had sort of left the door a little bit open to bring something else up.
Your Honor, we're going to hold on
Okay.
that call for right now, and so
All
we'll
right.
just ask. to
Sounds
hold for
good.
that. In addition, Your Honor, the pictures that we intend to introduce today through some of our witnesses are on this way down, so we can distribute to defense counsel so that they
Okay.
can have them. in
Go ahead and do
advance.
that. All right, and then I wanted also to go over the couple of motions in limine that were filed last night or yesterday afternoon that I referenced, but that we didn't review. 56 is sort of just a general, the defense position is that they don't think testimonial statements or hearsay should come in inappropriately. It's just kind of a general, here's the law. And so I agree. But we're gonna obviously have to see how that plays out.
Can I mention something?
Yeah.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to everyone. Your Honor, the import of that obvious, I guess, motion is what happened. I tried to articulate yesterday with the blue flame. So it is gone on before you were the court that a quote gang expert would say, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not going to tell you who I spoke with. You don't have any of my notes. I did not do a report, although ordered by Judge Glanville to do a report. And I spoke with an unknown person, but we verified them and we find them to be credible. And they told me that, you know, Jeffrey Williams' stepfather's home had bullets driven into the home. And I always want to go back and interview everybody. So that is was my objection yesterday with the blue flame. I know you excluded it, and thank you, but it was argued by Prosecutor Love that people told us, the gang, whomever, that this was a retaliatory shooting done by YSL. And it's the same thing over and over. And that's really what I'm trying to get at. In this case, Miss Battle called me, the same proposed witness who wrote to the Honorable Court. And she was very upset. It's the same thing, nothing new. And I told her the same. I said, you know, courts are where we resolve issues, and she's been properly subpoenaed, and, you know, she knows that. She's testified 50 times. She's a chemist.
Yeah.
But she said that the authorities were not doing anything wrong. There's nothing wrong, but we're trying to see whether she knew over and over again who lived next door and the name of the person. And she kept saying, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. My point is, I just want to keep all that out. And I don't want somebody to lay some foundation that, hey, on this form, which came in yesterday, of tenants, this person rented the apartment, and then have a gang expert come in and say, well, we interview people, and her boyfriend is this known gang member with IF. And that is really what this motion's about. It just shouldn't be circular and hidden. We should have the authority to go out and interview the people and have the same information the police are relying on to make those representations. And if they don't give it to us, then clearly to me, it's hearsay and confrontation clause. That's my issue.
Aaron, I think with many of our experts, they can rely on
Pick up the mic and use it.
with our experts, they can rely on reports or certain information to gather their conclusions. And what I believe happened during the course of this period in 2015, from January to ultimately October, is all these shootings occurred. They received these reports, they gathered information, they interviewed witnesses, and they were able to get information to form opinions about what was happening during the course of.
Yes, experts can rely on hearsay in forming their conclusions, but there's a difference between the expert coming in and saying, based on our whatever they do, our conclusion was this is a retaliatory shooting, which would be permitted under the rules of evidence. And we concluded that so-and-so's boyfriend was a rival gang member whose name was whatever, or even without whose name was whatever. That is clearly hearsay, and so obviously hearsay that the regular rules of evidence have to still apply to that.
Right, and so hence why we're here, bringing in officers who are responding to these scenes, gathering information, because now this information is before the court. This is what they've learned, and so that's why we're going through introducing all of the various retaliatory shootings now with officers and the information gathered because when the experts come, this is the information that they relied on to form their ultimate opinions about.
Okay, do you understand? I mean, we can't exactly, figure out all of the contours of what might come in beforehand, but an expert conclusion that this was a retaliatory shooting, even if based upon hearsay, would be admissible under the rules of evidence. Expert testimony that is just basically hearsay, that this is the person that lived in this apartment, or this is the person's boyfriend, it would still be excluded as hearsay, even if it was being offered through an expert.
We understand.
Clear? Okay. All right. That takes care of that one. The number 57 is essentially some further argument as to the contents of the text messages authentication issue. And I've looked at the case law and looked at the statute again. And the issue was that one column that had text message contents, but essentially on authentication, it's a prima facie case that it is what it purports to be. And that was shown that it is the Verizon record of that phone number. It has been established that maybe everything about the contents is not 100% accurate, and it'll be for the jury ultimately to determine whether they want to believe that anything in that column is accurate. But the prima facie case has been made, and so it's not excludable on that basis. Yes, sir.
And can we just have a continuing objection to that issue?
Yes.
Because I'm not going to belabor it. And can I just cite what I sent this honorable court into the record?
Sure.
Johnson, John, SON versus State. And it is cited at 348 Georgia Appeal 667. Your Honor, that's in 1B as in Barry, 824 Southeast 2D 561 2019 case. And it's our position, which you've articulated and respectfully rejected, that it has to be reliable. And I believe that the witness was clear that the records itself, she said she would not verify, but I've argued it and it's preserved, and thank you.
All right. Motion Looney number 58 covers a couple of different things. One, that on the two charts by agents Cunningham and Officer Kilgore, that one particular gun, the seizure of which has been determined to have been illegal, those charts need to be redacted so as not to include that. I think y'all said the state yesterday, yes, we'll make sure. I think there was only a mention maybe of one chart at the time, so just make sure that it's gone from both of those charts. Then there is a request that Mr. Zachary's recorded statement from March of 2017, where Detective Dennis asked Mr. Zachary how the assault rifle was located by police in Mr. Williams' home, be excluded because the search itself was illegal. Now, I don't know exactly what got said then, so do I need to listen to it or see a transcript of what was said?
We have a transcript and you can listen to it. I don't know if the state's position, they may agree. It's a 2017 statement, Your Honor, March 3rd. If it comes in, I'm just preempting. And the search that's been deemed illegal of Mr. Williams' home is July 15, 2015. And it's simply the detective asking Mr. Zachary about this weapon that they would not have known about, and the derivative evidence has been
I
also
understand
suppressed.
what you are saying now. Okay. What's the state's position on that?
Your Honor, the state that does not intend to introduce anything regarding the July 2015 search or the item seized from the search.
Okay, and so the reference to the assault rifle, which the state only knew about because of the search, I understand now what the argument is. Y'all won't have any reference to that. Okay, and then the third thing is that in that same transcript, Detective Dennis at one point states, or what this says is heard stating that Mr. Williams is the owner of the studio that was the subject of that search, and you want that statement that he was the owner of that studio to be excluded?
Yeah, I think we had an order previously, and please correct me, from the predecessor judge that on the same morning as July 15, 2015, law enforcement went to Mr. Williams' home. That's been deemed illegal as search, as well as to a recording studio. At their recording studio, they found, I believe, marijuana, $40,000, U.S. currency. I'm going to say firearms with an S. It has been previously said that search of that studio is not related to Mr. Williams or anyone on trial directly. It was another person named Rico, and his last name is evading me. I can't remember, but it's a Rico Ritchie, R-I-C-H-I-E, and that would be excluded. And I just want to make sure that that doesn't get mentioned either. And the way it was said in the transcript is that that's Mr. Williams' studio, which is just not right. But Mr. Williams did have a connection to the studio because he would perform at many studios throughout.
So it's not true that he's the owner of the studio. Is that what you're saying?
He's not the owner of the studio.
Okay. Any issue with that piece of that interview being excluded?
We believe that is in the order, and we will follow the court's order.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying there. Are you conceding? Okay. All right, so that takes care of that.
Can I add one more thing to that, Your Honor, this motion?
Sure.
I think the court ordered it yesterday, but the blue flame shell casings are on that same chart that is referenced by Agent Cunningham, according to the state, as an exhibit of hers, as well as Officer Kilgore. So I asked that blue flame mentioned on that chart be please removed. And that's the search by the firearms police database.
It'll be removed.
All right, thank you. All right, and then the last one was a supplement to the big motion to exclude various pieces of evidence that we'll need to go through whenever we have our next non-jury day. So we won't deal with that one right now.
Your Honor.
Yes.
May I just add one thing? Again, I'm like Mr. Steele said, not conceding the admissibility of any prior statements of Mr. Zachary, but I just wanted to remind the court that there were some matters that we took a wait and see approach. Your Honor, took a wait and see approach to see if a foundation could be laid by Mr. Zachary regarding one. I was reviewing in preparation of court today. One specifically was whether something counted as a tacit admission. And we just needed to hear from Mr. Zachary to lay a foundation on some of those matters. I just wanted to remind the court that we do have that issue out there, those issues out there. There's a few of them.
All right, so does the state recall what it is that Mr. Sharp's referencing?
I don't. I unfortunately do not, because I don't think I was here when the Quindarius Zachary statements were reviewed. Mr. Atkins and Ms. Love were here, and give me a moment, I can reach out to them to see.
All right, well, I guess until he shows up here, it won't become an issue anyway, but maybe circle back on that when we've got a different prosecutor in the courtroom, when and if we get Mr. Zachary. All right, thank you. Okay, do we have the jury? Not everybody, okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Before that's done,
we'll wait.
I ask a quick question.
Okay,
Apologize, Mr. Wentz. Your Honor, the state was kind enough to point me in the right direction for the witness list. And they said, I think the Honorable Court is on that email. So they said that Miss Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y, Miss Galloway, G-A-L-L-O-W-A-Y, and Miss Chavo, C-H-A-V-O, or E rather, E-S, Chaves, C-H-A-V-E-S. We're not on any witness list. If we could get contact information and if the state could make them available for us to interview, that would be helpful. I'm not moving to exclude, the witness for not being on a witness list unless the court wants to do that, but I would like to speak with the witnesses.
Yeah, sure.
All right, how soon can y'all do that? All right, it looks like these are all like APD employees.
Let me just reach out to my investigative team. We should be, hopefully they still work with the department. We should be able to get that pretty quickly.
All right, anything else? All right. We to or want to use the restroom real fast. Hopefully we'll have all of the jurors in the next 5 minutes or so. Okay.
Earlier, when we were talking about A. Smith, and I talked about an individual, a defendant's family member reached out to her. That was not that witness. I'm sorry. It was a different witness who relayed that to me. It was not Miss Smith. It was another witness who relayed
All right.
that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so is there anything with
Power Crunch, incredibly light cookie crunch, packed with bold, delicious flavor. And
not be shown on video?
Yes, Judge, and I believe she's on her way, but what she has relayed to the state is that since the time that this has been going on, her family has found out things that she had not alerted them to, that it is causing her, she says, distress. She does not say that she has been threatened. She said that it is a source of great concern for her. And she has asked that we not, she said she doesn't want to be here, but she certainly doesn't want to have her face publicized. She said that when her name began being mentioned, that caused problems for her, and she does not want to have to endure that. Under those circumstances, and understanding counsel's arguments regarding sort of guidelines by the court's predecessor, we're asking that the court exercise the court's own discretion and allow, based on her concerns and the concerns of any lay witness to that extent. They're not asking to cover their faces in court behind a veil, but to not have their faces publicized nationally is what they're asking.
All right, so you say the court's discretion as though it is 100% up to the court. It's not up to the court, it's the case law that guides it. And in Georgia, it is very, very, very tilted towards showing everything all the time. And the court has very little discretion in stopping that from occurring, even if there are, probably none of the witnesses want to be blasted throughout the world, understandably. So that's why the guideline and the determiner was, are there legitimate security concerns? And if there are legitimate security concerns, then detail what those are.
So, Your Honor, I do understand what the court is saying. And regarding the rights or guidelines of having the faces shown on camera, prior to today, and it was prior to this particular argument, I had researched when we were looking at it previously with Judge Glanville. My understanding, and the court has a vast amount of knowledge about what the particular laws in Georgia are, because the court has dealt with those. But my understanding was that there is no, just if it were such a right that anyone had to have the faces of every witness shown, then arguably speaking, any trial that's not publicized on camera, their rights are being violated because their faces are not being shown. But to the extent that the camera people decide where they want to put the camera, and if they're okay with not showing the faces, the only argument that I would have is that there's no defendant with any right to show the faces. And I would ask the court for, before we bring her in, that just the ability to, if we can find case law directly on point, to show it to the court regarding that particular issue, because
Of course you can do that. And if the media chooses not to show a witness's face because they know that that person has concerns, that's of course up to the media. Frankly, this court is open. Anybody can walk in here anytime they want to and watch the proceedings. But that's just not really the way the Georgia courts overall have perceived the whole televising and videotaping of court proceedings. So sure, I'm happy to consider any kind of case law that you want to present.
Thank you.
And obviously, if the media wants to focus on somebody else during that time, that is wonderful. But unless you present to me either case law that covers it or legitimate security concerns, I can't order them not to.
Thank
All
you,
right.
thank you.
Okay, so are we now ready for the jury? Okay, well, she's not gonna be the first witness anyway, so, all right, let's get the jury. He brought me one from the jury. He brought. Get the witness. That is absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, state calls crime scene tech Alfred Turner to the stand.
All right.
Statements done first and last name. Okay, it's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
And welcome back.
Hey,
Seems like we just saw you yesterday. So we're not gonna go over your background since you were here earlier this week. I just want to jump to back in 2015, earlier this week, you discussed responding to 1428 Adele Avenue. Is that fair?
yes,
In 2015, did you respond to other shooting calls?
yes,
All right. I want to specifically direct your attention to January 11, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 197 Hendricks Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
yes, I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
We got a call that a shooting occurred.
And once you got to the location, what, if anything, were you asked to do?
We was asked to take photos and collect evidence.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review your pictures from that particular incident in that location?
Yeah.
Okay. You have permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1 triple DA through 17 triple DA. And where you sent those pictures yesterday evening.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're flipping through, were those pictures, did those pictures fairly accurately depict the scene at 197 Hendricks from January 11, 2015?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 triple DA through 17 triple DA into evidence.
Answer admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Now, first starting with 1 triple DA, if you can tell the jurors, where are we looking at, or what is depicted in 1 triple DA?
It was just an overall photo of Hendricks Avenue.
Going to 1, 2 triple DA. Looking at 2 triple DA, was this the home that was the focus of your investigation?
Yes, it was.
All right. Looking at 3 triple DA and now 4 triple DA and 5 triple DA. What, if anything, is depicted on 5 triple DA?
That's for damage to the screen of the window of that residence.
Okay. Now looking at 6 triple DA. Is that a close-up of what you just referenced?
Yes.
7 triple DA and 8 triple DA. What's depicted in those 2 images?
Those were gunshot holes to the residents, that same residence.
All right. Now looking at, we'll skip to 10 triple DA. What are we looking at 10 triple DA?
Those were the 3 shell casings that were collected from the scene.
And did you take close-ups of those 3 shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And are they contained within the set of pictures that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Now looking at 13 triple DA. What is depicted in 13 triple DA?
That's a shell casing number 4 that was located near the residence.
Okay. And were you able to determine what type of shell casing that those were?
I probably have to look through my notes to see which one it was.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
And let me ask, will looking at a copy of your crime scene tech report assist you? Could look at you. No, I have it up here. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 18 triple DA. Is that your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
And just look at that copy, help refresh your memory as to what size shell casings those were, if noted.
No, I don't have that on here.
Are you able to tell, from looking at the pictures, are you able to tell what size they are? And if not, that's okay too.
No.
Okay. Now, in that year, did you also have the occasion to respond to 198 Stanhope Drive on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall why did you respond to that location?
We were dispatched that a shooting also occurred at that location. and it had damage to vehicles.
And when you were called out to that scene, what, if anything, did you do at that scene as well?
They also wanted me to photograph the scene and collect evidence at that scene as well.
And have you had the opportunity to review those photos as well?
Yes.
You have permission to approach again?
You may approach freely.
I'm showing you those that are marked as 1DDD through 29, excuse me, 1DDD subsection C through 29DDD subsection C. Are those the items that you pictures that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did those fairly and accurately depict the scene from 198 Stanhope on January 26, 2015?
Yes, they do.
And let me ask you, regarding that particular scene, do you know if there was a victim involved in that scene?
I'll probably have to look on my notes to see.
Okay. You're on permission to approach. Oh, no. So you was on the Stacy Exhibit 30 C. Is that a copy of your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
Will that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Take a moment and look, and if your memory's refreshed, you can let me know.
Yes, there was a victim.
And who was that victim?
I believe it was Trevante Turner.
All right. And I believe I admitted it, but if not, you're on the same like the tender Stacy Exhibit 1DDD C through 29DDD C into evidence.
Okay. Do you haven't this morning? Did you mean
Oh.
a different day?
No, I thought I may have said it earlier today. Okay, Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 1DDD C through 29DDD C into evidence.
Okay, those are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, first looking at 1DDD C, tell the jurors what are we looking at in 1DDD C?
That was the vehicle that they were that we were dispatched to take photos of multiple gunshots.
Looking at 2DDD C and 3DDD C. Are those the what, if anything, are inside of the car vehicle?
Can you repeat that?
Are those bullet defects?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And looking at 4DDD C and 5DDD C. What is depicted in 5DDD C?
Those were the actual location where the shell casings were from that scene.
And did you take individual pictures of all of those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are those included in the stack of pictures that you have before you?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to State's Exhibit 21DDD C. What is depicted in 21DDD C?
That's a photo of a vehicle parked at the residence, and it also had multiple shell gunshot damages to it.
Looking at 23DDD C and 24DDD C. Is that the damage that you were referencing?
Yes.
And now looking at 25DDD C. What are we looking at 25 Triple DC.
That's a residence of 186 Stone Hope.
And did that also sustain damage?
Yes, to the window.
All right. Looking at 27 Triple DC and 28 Triple DC. Is that the damage to the window that you were just referencing?
Yes.
And then looking at 29 Triple DC. Was that also a defect to the window?
Yes.
And after taking pictures, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And when you collected those shell casings, what did you do with them?
They were put in our Atlanta Police evidence locker as evidence.
Okay. And I'll ask you the same question for the previous set of pictures with shell casings. Did you collect those shell casings from 197 Hendricks?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with those shell casings once collected?
Those were turned over to Officer Williams on the scene.
Now, as a crime scene tech, do you sometimes report to the APD homicide cage to take pictures?
Yes, I do.
And when would you respond to the homicide cage in order to take pictures?
It's usually after the vehicles has been moved from the scene and actually stored in the homicide cage.
I want to direct your attention to February 20th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to take pictures at the APD homicide cage?
Yes, I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those pictures today, or excuse me, for your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 triple D to 11 triple D. And do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those pictures?
These were the photos that, excuse me, that was taken at the homicide cage.
And are they a fair, accurate depiction of the picture that you took at the homicide cage on February 19, 2015?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time, the state would like to tender state's exhibits 1 triple D through 11 triple D into evidence.
Desert admitted.
And crime scene tech Turner, did you know the location of where that car derived from?
I believe it was 140 Maury Avenue.
We're looking at a copy of your police report, crime scene tech report, have refresher memory as to the exact address.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 12 triple D for identification purposes. Is that a copy of your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
And does that have refresher memory to the address of where the car was taken from?
Yes.
And what was the address?
It was 114 Maury Avenue.
And what is the date of the incident? When did the incident occur?
Calling all Bahama Mamas. The new Bahama Mama Bowl at Tropical Smoothie Cafe is a must try. We're talking coconut, fresh pineapple, and strawberries.
What was the incident date?
I'm sorry, 2020, 2019. 2019, 2015.
No, what was the incident date? Let me ask, do you see the incident date on the third line down?
Is that the 2019? I'm sorry, 219.
And what was the year?
2015.
All right. And Your Honor, now permission to publish one triple D E D. Triple D D.
You may.
What are we looking at one triple D D?
That's just a rear photo of the vehicle.
And two triple D D? And now we'll look at three triple D D. What was being depicted with the placard for number 1 and 3 triple D D?
There was a photo of a cell phone.
Now looking at 4 triple D D. What was being depicted with placards 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and 4 triple D D?
The first was a photo of the back seat inside the vehicle, and I believe there were shell casings on all of those.
Okay. And did you take individual pictures of those shell casings?
Yes.
Right. And is that reflected in 5 triple D?
Yes.
And 6 triple D D? Can I borrow your stick?
Stapler?
Stick. Pointer. Thank you. And investigator, are you able to show the jury where, if there are any shell casings in depicted 6 triple D D?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can just take this stick and point to where those shell casings are.
One right here, and the other one is right.
If you go to 7 triple D, is that a close-up of the 2?
Yes.
And then 8 triple D D?
It's actually 3 here. 1, 2.
All right. And 9 triple D D? Or those shell cases depicted in 5 and 6?
Yes.
And 10 triple D D? Were those shell casings depicted for placards 7 and 8?
Yes.
All right. And 11 triple D D? Is there a shell casing depicted in 11 triple D D?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that shell casing?
Here.
All right. And then lastly, number, and that's it. Thank you so much. Now, Proxy Tech, are you able to tell me, and we'll start with triple D D, the incident number for triple D D, which is on number 12. I'm sorry. Looking at your crime scene tech report, are you able to tell me the incident number for 114 Maury?
You want the incident number?
Yes, please.
That's 150503213.
All right. And then can you give us the incident number for 198 Stanhope?
That was 150262801.
And then lastly, could you give us the incident number for 197 Hendricks?
And that's 150110392.
Now, with the shell casing that you collected from the homicide case, from the car in triple D D, what did you do with those shell
They was processed for fingerprints, and after that, they were sent to APD property as evidence.
And do you know if at any point those items were taken from APD property to the APD crime lab?
No, I don't.
Court's indulgence. Last question for you. So, Property Tax Credit, when you package.
Use the mic if you don't mind.
When you collect crime scene, shell cases from the crime scene, how do you package your shell casings?
What we do is individually pack them, usually put them in a little envelope. We put the time we collected, the location, the case number, the address, and I have my initials on it.
And are each shell case in an individual envelope?
Yes, unless they really close to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you said the location, what did you mean by you put the location number on there?
Like if it's inside a vehicle, you usually put inside the vehicle in the seat or something like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, any defense questions for this witness?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions for this
All right. Nope. Okay. All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness. Mr. Matthews. Is this a lawyer with you or somebody else? That was just Mr. Matthews is wanted in a different courtroom during our next break. That didn't have anything to do with this case.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State the spelling, first and last name.
Louise Jenkins, LOUISEJENKINS. Excuse me.
Good morning, Ms. Jenkins. How are you doing?
Fine, you?
Doing well, doing well. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired.
Happily?
Happily.
What was your last job?
Atlanta Police, crime scene.
What year did you retire from APD?
2015.
What year did you start with APD?
1985.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your experience when you started working for Atlanta Police Department?
I started at criminal records and I did dispositions. And I went to court to take dispositions and then I did warrants. And from there, I started crime scene in 1987.
How did you end up working in crime scene?
It's all in the same department, and I started taking notes and started studying fingerprinting, and I got interested in it, and then I started in fingerprinting.
And did you ever become a crime scene technician?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain for the jury your experience as a crime scene technician?
We go to court. We had to go to take classes, and we do collect evidence, process, fingerprint, photographs, go to court, and we take our crime labs to either GBI or Atlanta Police Crime Scene.
Now, did you have any law enforcement experience in any capacity before working with Atlanta Police Department?
Not in law enforcement, but I work for state revenue department, and I also work Atlanta Braves security.
Okay. How long did you work with Atlanta Braves security?
About 10 years.
Did any of that time overlap with it when you were with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, some of it did.
Now, were you a crime scene technician from 1987 until you retired?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention, Ms. Jenkins, to April 28th, 2015.
Mhm.
Did you ever have the opportunity to respond to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did in relation to that location?
It came up as a vandalism, shots fired, and I went and I took photographs of the scene on the outside and inside, and I collect evidence from the outside, and I turn it over to the officer on the outside on the scene, and I collect a projectile and 2 bullet fragments from inside, and I took it to our Atlanta Crime Lab and turned it into them.
Do you typically process the scene from the outside in?
Yes.
And I wanted just to show you one photograph that's already admitted to publish 62 Lima Lima. It's going to come up here, and if technology works for us, Michelle. Do you recognize that photograph, 62 Lima Lima?
Yes.
And is that the 1903 Drew Drive we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
And why is it, or can you explain for the jury, the responding officer collected the shell casings that were outside and you collected the ones that were inside? Is there any reason behind that?
Well, it came up as a vandalism. So usually when we have a call like that, we can also turn it into shell casings or whatever to the investigator on the scene. Anything mostly on the inside, we collect and we'll turn it into our crime lab or the GBI crime lab.
And what protocols did you follow when you collected the shell casings?
I photograph, numbered, and collect them in envelopes, label each one of them, and I put them in a bag at the end of collecting everything, and I turn it over to the officer on the scene.
And for the projectiles, that you collected from inside, what protocol did you follow with those?
We collect overall of the whole place first, and then we collect each items, and we number them, and then I collect them and data them, and take them up, and then send them to our crime lab.
After you processed 1903 Drew Drive and collected those projectiles, did you have any other involvement with this specific crime scene?
I did not.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Ms. Jenkins, I'm just going to show you a few photographs from I'm gonna publish. Yes. Ms. Jenkins, I want to publish a couple crime scene photographs from inside and ask you if you recognize some of these photographs.
Okay.
And I'm publishing State's Exhibit. Yep. Previously admitted 22 Lima Lima. And Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to cycle through a couple of these photographs to specifically see if you recognize some of the projectiles that you collected from the scene.
Okay, kid, it's possible that I can look at my notes.
Yeah, it's perfectly possible. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to, or is there anything that will refresh your memory in relation to this?
The notes that I took, the pictures that I took.
And is that in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching and handing the witness. And Ms. Jenkins, once you review that, if your memory's refreshed, just look up at me.
Okay.
Ms. Jenkins, was your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And was the projectiles that you collected, what was that photograph that went off the screen, but with 22 Lima Lima, was that one of the projectiles that you collected at Drew Drive?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Jenkins, when you collect these, can you describe, do you put them in one giant bag, individual bags? What do you do when you collect projectiles?
They're
like
collected in
this?
one individual bag and then they're put in one large bag once they're all labeled.
And when you collect them in single bags, do you have any markings on any of those bags?
You put the number of whatever you put it, the number, you have to put a number there and then you have to label the number on the bag. And then you put the evidence in there and you put it, the date, time, or whatever you put, collect the bags and put it in.
And is the number you use the same number as the Atlanta Police Department incident number?
No, it's the number that you put it in, and you put that on there also.
When you said put what on there also, you mean the numbers of?
The complaint number, you put the complaint number and you put the number of the evidence that you have, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or whatever.
And in this case, did you put the numbers on the evidence bags that you collected?
On each individual bags. And the case number is on both bags.
And what was the Atlanta Police Department case number for this case? And if you have to refresh your memory, just let me know.
The case number is 151180588.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. One brief moment. And Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to, and for the record, I'm labeling as 62 Lima Lima what the witness, Ms. Jenkins, has been using to refresh her memory. And Ms. Jenkins, can you describe what it is that you have been using to refresh your memory?
My report that I made from the call that I had.
From the 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene report that you made in relation to this case?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender 62 Lima Lima into evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. No further questions by the state, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness by any of the defense attorneys?
Mr. Williams, no questions.
No. And Mr. Williams, you with us? No. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You may be excused. Yes.
We can't afford Republicans' Project 2025 agenda. It would drastically cut public school funding, repeal Obamacare, and take away women's healthcare rights. If Republicans won't stand up for us, they don't deserve to represent us.
Third-ranked Ohio State takes on Marshall. Watch out! Big noon Saturday, only on Fox.
Looking for any sort of answers. So the witness AS is going to come in, and I'm going to ask for now y'all not tape her while we sort out whether y'all can tape her during her testimony. Yeah, audio is okay. Okay. The witness stand, she's not being taped right now. Videotape. Come on up to the witness stand if you don't mind. Okay, go ahead and have a seat. And I understand from the state that you've got some concerns about your face being shown on the live stream. Can you tell me what those concerns are?
Just anything doing my job. I just don't want to have no parts in it. I don't want to be on camera.
Pull that mic down next to you and try to speak into the mic. So is it anything beyond just not wanting to be on camera? Do you have any concerns about your well-being or your safety?
Not really.
Okay, well then that's not going to be enough. And the law, sort of the given, unless there are particular circumstances, is that it'd be allowed to be videotaped. And I don't have a lot of discretion in that regard unless there's some reason that can be presented. So I fully understand you feeling that way, and certainly, as I noted before, the media can choose not to show her face, but I can't order them not to. Okay. All right. So do I need to hear from anybody else on anything?
One other thing that we wanted to bring to the court's attention is that previously, the media did not have a problem with specified not showing their face.
Okay.
They had no problem ever. It was only objections from counsel.
Okay. All right. Does the media have an issue with just voluntarily not showing her face? Okay.
I'll say this, and also what the media had agreed to is that if they had an objection to not showing faces, they were going to come on the Monday after Ms. Hilton provided them. So she provided this to them, I believe, last.
I understand that.
And they no one voiced an objection to not showing this witness's face. So we asked that.
Okay, let me hear from the other media representative who's taping right now. We can't really hear you. Speak up a little bit. I can't even hear what you said. Your Honor, may I also clarify? Hang on just a second.
Yes.
So were you saying something about not having gotten the notice?
I didn't get a notice and I asked.
Love.
She wasn't here.
Okay, so who sent the email last week?
So, Your Honor, I sent the email last week, and Sylvia was not on that email.
All right, we'll put her on all the future emails.
But she did ask for it on Monday, and I forwarded to her on that Monday.
On Monday, okay.
And
Well,
she
if-
did receive it.
If you'll go ahead and add her to the distribution list for all the future ones. And we will continue to follow the procedure that had been put in place previously, that the objections, if there are any, need to be made the Monday morning after the Friday emails.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I don't believe that representation made by the state is accurate, that the media are the only people that have the opportunity to object to
That's
this.
not what she was representing. I think what she was saying was that they had not objected before. Ms. Westmoreland, you wanted to say something?
Your Honor, I believe it's been clarified.
Okay.
Turning the page again. I just want to make sure that Ms. Smith has been instructed as a witness. My concern is that there's always rumors, and I just want to make sure that Ms. Smith knows that she's only to testify about things that she actually has personal knowledge of.
All right, Ms. Love, I think you know what Mr. Sharp's referencing. Have y'all had a discussion about? All right. Okay, so does any defendant want to, I think in the future, the test is supposed to be, you know, is it within the requirements of due process to cover or exclude? And a lot of these cases are about a defendant objecting to coverage or the media objecting to coverage. And so if the defendant or the media objects, I need to hear the basis for the objection, and then I'll make a determination based on all the different factors that are set forth in Rule 22. But anyway, I haven't really heard anything that would lead me to believe that the case law would support ordering that this witness not be videotaped. So Ms. Love, do you want to take just a few minutes to discuss with the witness what you need to? Okay. If you want to step right outside, that's fine. Yeah.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do say, girl. I know you a little too tight. I'll be shooting.
The witness and the jury? Okay, let's get the jury.
She does not this one. No.
That's fine with me.
Yes.
Right.
Jury present, counsel.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Love, go ahead. Can you stand up to be sworn, please?
I do.
I need you to state your first initial and your last name, spell your last name for court.
A. Smith.
Would you spell your, is common spelling for Smith?
SIMTH.
Thank you, and good morning, Ms. Smith. It's still morning.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Smith, would you tell the jury where it is that you're from?
Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised.
Born and raised in Atlanta?
Yep.
And on January the 28th of 2015, did you live in Atlanta?
Yes.
What was your address?
I don't remember the address of Cleveland Avenue.
Do you recall during that time living on Springdale Road at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you living there with anyone or were you living by yourself?
By myself.
And is that an apartment, a house? condo?
Townhome. A townhome.
And you said that it was off Cleveland Avenue?
That's what I said.
Okay. Ms. Smith, were you living at that time in apartment P3?
I don't remember the address.
Okay. Do you recall having a neighbor by the name of Gilberti Mack?
I do.
And do you recall whether you asked Mr. Mack to put cameras on his house?
Can't tell nobody put a camera in their house. That's their house.
It is. Do you recall whether you ever requested that of him?
I didn't.
Now, back on January the 28th of 2015, how long after that date did you live in those townhomes?
Left.
Did you leave on that particular day or the next day or shortly afterwards?
I wasn't there before that.
Okay. Now, when you say you weren't there before that, what do you mean?
I just wasn't home.
Oh, you mean you were home on January 28th?
If that's the date, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you move out of those apartments?
I don't remember the exact date. The day that they said I had to leave.
Did anything precede your having to leave?
A shootout.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout, what do you mean? You weren't there, so what do you mean? And the jury hasn't heard this, so please tell them what you mean when you say a shootout.
I mean, I had to go there. I got a call from the rent office saying that my house got shot up.
Okay. And was that at night? Do you recall?
I think so.
And so when you go on scene to see what's going on, what do you see?
Bullet holes.
Where do you see the bullet holes?
I don't remember exactly what a bullet holes was.
As far as not specifically remembering them, what I'm asking is, are they inside your home?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether the window or the door was hit or something different?
No,
All right. Now, when you got there, were there police inside your home?
no.
Did the police go inside your home with you?
With me, no.
Did they go inside your home?
I'm sure they did.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout happened and after that you left, do you know how long it was after that you left?
No.
All right. At the time that you lived, and I don't want to get too much into your personal business, but at the time that you lived at that apartment complex off Springdale Road, did you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Of course.
Okay. And what did you call him?
Shell.
Shell, did you also call him Lil Kel?
No.
Okay. Did you ever call him by the short
No.
name Kel?
I just told you, Shell.
I understand. So at the time, around January 28th of 2015, or before, had Shell been hiding out in your house?
Sustained.
Had Shell been staying at your house at all?
We was dating
Okay. How long had you all been dating?
a few months.
Now, when you were dating, did Shell stay at your house sometimes?
He visit. He didn't stay.
Did he ever hide out at your house?
He visit. I just answered your question.
I understand. Did you ever tell police on January 28, 2015, that Shell had been hiding?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just answered
That
your
calls
question.
Speculation.
Overruled.
And Ms. Smith, I'm not going to keep you up here very long, but I'm going to ask you a specific question because the jury, Your Honor, if I may just be a little.
Overruled.
I'm going to ask you questions so that the jury who doesn't know the answers, so that you can answer for them, okay? Did you tell the police that night that your friend Kelvin had been hiding out at your place?
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember talking to police that night?
No.
Do you recall the name, or do you recall an Officer Collins being the officer that responded to your scene?
I do not.
Do you recall what the officers looked like?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall talking to anyone about your friend Kel in the presence of officers?
No.
Do you recall telling them anything about anyone that might have wanted harm to Kelvin?
No.
Okay. How long do you recall, if you recall at all, the police being on scene?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Were you there when you got called and you came out?
When I got there, nobody was there.
So you don't.
Next day, I went down the next day. They said I had to come the next day. You said when I got home, they wasn't there when I got home.
So the night that the rent office called you, is your testimony?
The rent office just, I know the person. She called me and told me. The next door neighbor called and told me my house got shot up.
And what was the name of the next door neighbor?
Just called his name. G. Gregory, whatever his name is.
Gilberty Mack?
I know him as Gio.
Okay. So when Gio called you, it was that night that your house had just gotten shot up?
A few people called me. It wasn't a secret.
All right. And did you arrive on scene that night? Did you get back to your house that night?
I came, nobody was there.
Do you know about how long after you called, or you were called, that you came back to your house?
No, I do not.
Did you know any members, and I know this sounds like it's obvious, but do you know any members of your friend Kelvin's family? Did you know Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Were you close with him?
Yes.
And were you able to observe Kelvin's interaction with him?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether Kelvin was
Nope.
close to him?
Nope. I do not.
At the time, did you know an Antonio Sledge?
Of course I did,
Why do you say, of course you did?
because I dated him.
All right. Were you dating him at the same time you were dating?
I wasn't.
How long before your house got shot up did you stop dating Antonio Sledge?
A couple of months, the same time I just told you when I started dating Kevin.
Okay. And what did you call Antonio Sledge?
Mooktoon.
Mooktoon?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you known Mooktoon by that time?
Been on Mooktoon since I was like 15, 16 years old.
Okay. How long had you known Kel or Shell Kel at that time?
Not that long.
Okay. Now, at what point do you now recall speaking to the police at all about shooting at your house?
I don't.
Do you recall ever communicating with the police in any way?
I just told you. I went down the next day. You just asked me that.
Okay. Who did you talk to when you went down?
I don't know.
Where did you go down to?
The headquarters.
Do you recall an investigator, Dennis?
I just told you. I don't remember nobody's name.
Do you recall providing a video to the police?
I don't.
Do you recall a video wherein Antonio Sledge was talking to the camera?
It's all on social media. Y'all play it, so of course I seen it.
All right. Could you speak into the...
It's on social media. Of course I seen it.
Now, when you say it's on social media, of course you've seen it. What are you talking about?
The video that you're talking about. The trial is on social media.
Okay.
So yes, I seen the video.
And describe the video that, since we've shown a lot of them, that you're talking about.
The video's a Mooktoon calling Shell Kel out.
All right. Did you know at that time Lil D?
Of course I did.
All right. How long had you known Lil D?
I don't know.
Now, the video of Mooktoon calling Shell Kel out, did you provide that video to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall emailing anything to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall an investigator Gaither?
I don't recall. I just told you I don't remember nobody's name.
And to be fair, do you have any desire to be here today?
No.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Not on behalf of Mr. Stiller.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no question.
None. All right, thank you, you're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Ms. Ladner to stand.
All right. And she's already been sworn several times, so we'll just remind her that she's still under oath.
Your Honor, Ms. Ladner was previously testifying, and so I understand that she was finished.
She was testifying. But I believe that she was.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying don't get on you too much. Okay. Got it. Well, let me ask this. If she's not finished, do you have somebody else ready?
I don't think so. She's not finished. About 30 minutes ago, they said 20 minutes, so we are checking now.
Okay, well, you don't have another witness out there? Then let's just do another witness.
That witness, I was mistaken, and I asked for a 5-minute break so that we can confirm the availability of the person we thought was outside and should be outside. And if not, to see how long it will be before Ms. Latner's is
Okay, so do
done.
you have anybody other than Ms. Latner's out there?
The person that I was under the impression was standing right outside is not right outside. Ms. Hilton is with them, and I just texted her to come over with that person. So I'm asking the court for 5 minutes for a break, just to get.
And you don't have another witness?
We had those three people
Well, that was
lined
only
up.
two. Okay. So if you know that one witness is going to be testifying somewhere else, then make arrangements to have, I think that maybe Ms. Hilton out there. So let's just get that next witness out. Is
Yes.
the next witness ready? Okay, bring the
Thank
next
you.
witness in. Coming up to the stand if you don't mind.
Ryan McGovern. RyanMcgovern.
Good morning, Mr. McGovern. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What type of work do you do?
I work at Consolidated Engineering Company.
And how long have you been with Consolidated Engineering Company?
About 5 years.
Prior to being with Consolidated Engineering Company, where did you work?
I had a few different jobs. I was doing rental property management and some construction work. And prior to that, I worked in law enforcement.
Okay. And when you worked in law enforcement, what law enforcement agency did you work for?
I worked for Atlanta Police in Sandy Springs.
Okay. When did you work for Atlanta Police Department?
Roughly from about 2009 to 2015.
And when you were working for the Atlanta Police Department, did you work in a specific zone?
Yes, Zone 3 primarily.
What year did you work in Zone 3?
Pretty much my whole career, but towards the beginning, I was on a crime suppression team that would bounce around from zone to zone.
When you were in Zone 3, did you serve solely as a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And briefly, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities when you were working as a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Respond to 911 calls for service and do reports.
I want to take you to 2015, specifically January and September of 2015. Were you working in Zone 3 during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, I want to take you to January 19th, 2015. Did you have the occasional response at 807 Pryor Street Southeast?
Yes,
And why did you respond to that location?
there was a shooting.
And what happened once you arrived at that location?
I spoke with
And are you looking at something?
my police report.
Okay. Would looking at your police report help refresh your memory as to what occurred back on January 19, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to ask of you to do is if you had, if does anyone want to see his report that he's looking at? Okay. What I'm going to ask of you to do is just look down at your report, and once your memory is refreshed, then testify from your memory, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to?
807 Pryor Street.
Okay. And do you recall if you responded to that location with any other officer?
Officer Fagan.
Okay. And was Officer Fagan a partner of yours, or was she just he or she someone that just responded with you to the scene?
At the time, he was just somebody that had responded to this particular call.
What occurred once you arrived?
I located the victim. He stated that he had been shot.
Was that immediate upon getting to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to be in distress from being shot?
Yes, he had said he had been shot.
All right,
And-
so overruled on that objection. Go ahead.
And he had been grazed in the back.
Do you recall what location he was at? Was he able to tell you where he was when he was shot?
I don't.
Okay, we'll take a look at the report, help refresh your memory as to where he was or where you interacted with him at.
197 Hendricks.
And once you spoken with him, did you see that he was grazed on his back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you spoke with him, what did you do?
I called for an ambulance.
And did the ambulance ever come?
Yes.
And when the ambulance came, what did you do?
Followed him to the hospital and then spoke with him there.
All right. And once speaking with him at the hospital, did you ever return to the scene? Did you ever return back to 807 prior?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let me, as we're looking at anything, help refresh your memory as to whether or not you returned back to 807 prior.
Yes.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna mark as state 19 triple D. And just take a moment, tell me, look at this report and tell me if it helps refresh your memory as to whether or not you return back to the location.
Yes, I did return to the location.
And when you returned, what did you do?
I met back with Officer Fagan and I gave him some new information regarding Terrence Reese.
And was Officer Fagan the primary officer for the crime, for the actual incident location?
Yes, ma'am.
And after reporting back to Officer Fagan, what the information that you learned from Mr. Reese, did that conclude your involvement as it related to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to transition you to September 13th, 2015. Were you still working with Zone 3 in September of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And in September 2015, did you have the occasion to respond to 322 Glen Street Southwest?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 18, triple D. Somebody can recognize this with an 18 triple D.
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
There was a shots fired call.
And when you respond to that location, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with the caller. It was there'd been a green store that was struck in multiple places.
And had you ever been to that store previously?
Yes, we visited there frequently.
And were you familiar with the store itself?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's the previously marks as Exhibit 1 triple DE to 5 triple DE. Tell me if you recognize what's in 1 triple DE to 5 triple DE.
Yes, I remember responding to this location.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of the green store that you responded to back in September of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
You're on this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 triple DE to 5 triple DE into evidence. All right, that's recommended. Permission, you may. Now, Windsor and Glen Street, what's depicted in 1 triple DE, is that a location within Zone 3?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Looking at 2 triple DE, what is depicted in 2 triple DE?
That's the green store that was shot up.
Okay. And is 3 triple DE, 4 triple DE, and 5 triple DE just different angles of the green store?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you arrived on scene, did you see any of the defects that were inside of the green store or outside the green store? Excuse me.
Yeah, there were bullet holes.
All right. Was there any other damage to anything else at the store?
Yeah, I think looking at my report, a vehicle was struck as well.
And what type of vehicle was struck?
A silver Chevy Malibu.
And once you observe both the building, the defects to the building and the car, what, if anything, did you do while on scene?
We roped off a crime scene and notified supervisors, and evidence was collected. Shell casings.
Without telling what anyone said, did you speak with any witnesses while you were on scene?
Yes, a Miss Arnold.
And was she able to provide you some information about a potential victim in this case?
Yes.
And did she give you a name of the potential victim?
Sustained.
Were you able to watch video surveillance of what occurred?
Yes, there was some video footage.
And were you shown the video surveillance footage?
Yes.
And did you put in your report what you saw in that video surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
What was on the video surveillance footage that you saw?
It appeared to be a drive-by shooting with Shannon as the intended target. Suspect vehicle appeared to be a reddish maroon.
Can Stonyfield organic yogurt with high quality ingredients and no harmful pesticides save the world? Maybe not, but it could save you from saying we have food at home. Again.
It's fine. It's fine.
Continue.
It shows that Shannon fled the scene and did not appear to have been shot, although it's possible could have been hit with debris of the broken windows.
And at any point, did you try to determine if anyone had gone to the hospital, if there were any victims that went to the hospital?
Grady Hospital was notified of the incident, but there was no shooting victims that came around at about that time.
Did you ever call out any crime scene techs to come and collect the evidence from that scene?
Yes.
And who was the crime scene tech that you had come out to the scene to collect evidence?
Unit Pebbles and Unit Moore, 7324 and 7340.
And after calling out crime scene, would that have concluded your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Court's indulgence. What was the case number assigned to, I'll first ask you about the case that we're on, the September 13, 2015 case. What is that case number? And I'm sorry, the incident number.
15256-2008-00.
Thank you. And then for the incident from January 19th, 2015, what is that incident date?
150192400.
Court's indulgence.
All right, thank you. Any defense questions? All right.
Good morning.
My name is Matt Sharp. I represent Shannon Still. Sounds like you responded to the Green Store on September 13th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And the Green Store is located on Glen Street, a couple hundred yards from the business, correct?
Correct.
Now, you spoke to some witnesses, these shots fired, and you learned that there was a car that drove by, and someone had shot at a shed, correct?
Correct.
Shannon did not, from your understanding, Shannon did not want to do anything except get shot at, correct?
I don't recall. Sorry. No.
So, did you look for witnesses?
Yeah. Correct.
Also, this Green Store is also on the Economy State of Grocery, is that correct?
Sorry, I don't remember.
The name of the store.
It says, oh, it's partially busted out, but neighborhood grocery, I assume is what it says.
Okay.
322 Glen Street.
All right, great. And did you, after speaking to Miss Arnold, did you or surveillance video at this Green Store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you look for surveillance video?
I assume it would just be standard procedure to gather as much evidence as possible.
Okay. Surveillance video doesn't lie, does it?
No, sir.
All right. You thought it was very important as part of your investigation into this incident to obtain that surveillance video, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you spoke to a Maricelis Ayuso, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you know her as Mommy?
No.
Okay, but she was the owner of the store?
Yes.
And you asked her if they had surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
She, in fact, showed you the surveillance video of this incident, correct?
Yes.
The surveillance video was working on 9/13/2015, correct?
Correct.
It was available, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Ayuso was cooperative with you, correct? She didn't make you go get a search warrant or go through any legal process. She showed you the video, correct?
That's correct.
And you watched the video.
I assume so.
Well, in your report, do you describe the video?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't have described what was on the video if you didn't watch it, would you?
Probably not.
Okay. And while you don't know anyone's name from the video, you don't know anyone's name from the video, you confirmed that there was a man that appeared to be getting shot at that ran away from the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't sure if that person was shot or not.
Correct.
Did it appear to you that people were shooting at him? From reviewing the video, did it appear that people were shooting at him?
Yeah, overruled.
The video footage. The video footage led me to believe at the time that Shannon was the intended target.
Okay, and the video footage, it didn't show Shannon committing any crimes.
No.
Okay. It didn't show Shannon shooting any weapons.
Mm-hmm.
That's a no for the record.
Yes. No, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Spence? No. Any redirect?
You were just asked about the surveillance video. Do you know, sitting here today, how long that store had surveillance video footage?
No.
Do you know, sitting here today, how long that camera kept surveillance video footage?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if the Green Store had surveillance footage back in January of 2015?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Okay.
Do you have any recollection of visiting the Green Store in January of 2015?
I actually do. The pictures kind of jog my memory. I just remember there being a shooting there, and I remember roping off some crime scene tape and going around asking questions to people. It was, 9 years ago, I believe.
Who was the target of that shooting? Do you have that report with you?
Which report are you referring to?
This thing 9 years ago, January 2015.
Well, I mean, they were both a long time ago, I guess.
But do you have a report from January 2015 with you?
Yeah, there's one report I have from January.
Could I see it?
Sure. There's another report from September of 2015.
Okay. This report from January 2015 is at 807 Pryor Street, correct? It says I, Officer McGovern, was dispatched to a shooting call at 807 Pryor Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's not the Green Store.
No. They're both 9 years ago. I'm just saying it was a long time ago. That's all I'm saying.
I understand it's a long time ago, but you're not this. I visited a location in January 2015. As you're recalling, you're just referring to this document that the DA's office gave you, correct?
Yeah, that's my police report.
Okay, and but you visiting 807 Pryor Street, not the Green Store.
No, the Green Store is this one.
Right. And that was September 13th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm asking, just to clear this up, do you have any recollection of, you don't have any recollection of visiting the Green Store in January 2015, you're referring to the Pryor Street?
No, I have a recollection of visiting the Green Store for a shooting, whatever month or date it was, I don't recall.
Okay, so you have no idea what, as a police officer, you visited the Green Store before, other than September 13th, 2015.
Well, I remember more than just visiting. I mean, we visited it quite frequently, but I remember that particular store had gotten shot up, and I remember roping off some crime scene tape and interviewing some people.
Okay, all right. I'm going back to September 13th, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
When you sought out the surveillance and obtained the surveillance, you thought it was important enough to put that information in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did put it in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Thank you.
All right, you are excused. Thank you for your time. How long your next witness could be?
About 50 minutes from now.
Okay. And is that Ms. Leitner's?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there a sure witness that's available right now? It's fine if there's not. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and have her then.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls from these items.
So you've already been sworn probably several times. I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning, Ms. Leitner.
Good morning.
Is this the second courtroom you've had to testify in today?
I haven't testified yet in the first one yet.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. With that said, Ms. Latners, before your testimony today, did you and me meet and go over some of the physical discs for you to mark?
I did.
And
We
did
did.
we review a number of CAD reports associated with those 911 calls?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach Ms. Latners with 124 Charlie, 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 124 Charlie, 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 Alpha, 1 Golf, Golf, Alpha, 1 Juliet, Juliet, Charlie, and 1 Juliet, Juliet, Delta, 2 Tango, Tango, 2 Tango, Tango, Alpha, 1 Oscar, Oscar, 2 Papa, Papa, and 2 Papa, Papa, Alpha, and 1 Romeo, Romeo, 1 Romeo, Romeo, Alpha, for the record. I hope you have the letters all memorized, Ms. Latner, like you practiced. Now, Ms. Latner, once you can take a minute to review those, and if and when you recognize those, just look up at me. Thank you, Ms. Latner. Thank you, Ms. Latner. Have you had time to review those, Ms. Latner?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the various CAD reports and 911 calls that you reviewed prior to testifying here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence 124 Charlie Charlie Charlie, and as well as Alpha, 2 Tango Tango along with Alpha, 1 Oscar Oscar, 1 Papa Papa Alpha, or excuse me, 2 Papa Papa and 2 Papa Papa Alpha, 1 Romeo Romeo and the accompanying Alpha, 1 Juliet Juliet Charlie and 1 Juliet Juliet Delta, and 1 Golf Golf Alpha.
All right, there's your minute.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Latner, I'm the
Yes, that's certain. That's it.
thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
And publishing State's Exhibit 124 Triple Charlie. Now, Ms. Latner, what is the date of 124 Triple Charlie?
January 28th, 2015.
What is the call type that this call came in as?
Shot fired.
And what was the location?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest, apartment Peepaw 2.
What zone and beat in the city of Atlanta was this call?
In zone 3, 3 is 11B.
And for the record, what is the APD incident number associated with this call?
150280046.
Was this officer generated or 911 call?
911 call.
What time was this call placed?
12:14 a.m. hours.
What time was the call received?
12:16 a.m. hours.
When did officers first arrive?
12:48 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
06:10 a.m. hours.
So officers responded around midnight and left around 6. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Who was the primary officer who responded to this call?
Christopher Collins.
Now, Ms. Latner, turning to the bottom of page 2 on the CAD narrative, at 12:16:14, can you tell the jury or explain what that indicates?
It has what the caller told the operator, call advised someone just shot up her home. Call advised rapid fire is going on.
And what is the third stanza of 12:16:14 as depicted in the CAD narrative?
Repeat that.
Right beneath what you just read, Ms. Latners, what is the last call out after what you just read?
Bullets coming through her home.
And after bullets coming through home, what does it read?
All Apostle has recording of the continued bullets.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish for you. You have before you 124 Triple Charlie Alpha. Is this also January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
What's the call type for this CAD?
Shot fired.
Is the address different or the same from what we just discussed?
Same address for different apartments. Number.
On what time did this call come in?
12:17 a.m. hours.
Is that close or far in time from the CAD report we just discussed?
It's close.
What time was this call cleared and reflected in the CAD?
It was cleared at 12:19 a.m. hours.
If you turn to the CAD narrative, this second line from the bottom at 12:19:13 a.m., what does that indicate?
It advised that the call advised the 911 operator heard about 5 shots in the area, no further.
And Ms. Latners, what was the disposition on this CAD report?
The operator stored the incident because she found an incident before that, so she just related the calls to that incident.
Is that a possible explanation for why this CAD reflects such a short, cleared call time?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish 1 Golf Alpha. What is the date for 1 Golf Alpha?
January 26, 2015.
Is that 2 days before the call we just discussed?
Yes.
What is the call type that this came in as?
Person shot.
What is the location of this call?
10.
When I scored Chernobyl, the only instrument here needs to be the power plant. Herb, how the hell do you do that?
Welcome to Book Club in the Neighborhood.
What did everyone think of the chapter, The Right Area Rug for Every Budget?
The section on washable rugs was.
It says resident Freddie Reed.
What time was this 911 call placed by Ms. Reed?
It shows 21:33 p.m. hour, which is 9:33 p.m. hours.
What time was the call received by APD dispatch?
9:33 p.m. hours, 51 seconds.
When did officers first respond to 1007 Hill Street?
9:35 p.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
4:04 a.m. hours.
Who was the primary officer that responded to this call?
Alicia Lucas.
Allison Leduc? Is that
Allison Leduc, right?
LEDUC?
Yes.
What are on the left under that, Ms. Latners, of all of those section units? What do those indicate?
It indicate the different units that went out of the location.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you can turn to the CAD narrative on page 3, what is the first remark at 9:33:51?
Female advised they shot up her house and she was shot in the leg.
And Ms. Latners, if you can flip back one page to the CAD narrative, page 2, or excuse me, the CAD report, page 2, do you see the time or the call out? It says LC 10:20:43 p.m. It's almost right in the middle of that page to help orient you.
10:20 what?
10:20:43 p.m.
Okay.
What does the LC indicate?
Location change.
And what at 10:20:43 p.m. where was that location changed to?
Greater Hospital.
And Ms. Latner's turning back to page 1, what was the disposition for this case or this CAD?
17.
Is that indicate a report?
A report was made.
Now, Ms. Latners, I'm going to publish for you what's already been admitted as 1 Juliet Charlie. What is the date for this CAD report?
May 7, 2015.
What is the call type that this came in as?
Suspicious person.
What's the APD case number for this CAD report?
15-127-0278.
And what was the date?
May 7, 2015.
On this call, what location did officers respond to?
151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And with this CAD report, was it a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was that call received?
It received at 2:05 a.m. hours.
What time were officers dispatched?
2:08 a.m. hours.
And how quickly did they arrive? What time did they arrive?
0:10 a.m. hours.
And what officer was the primary unit that arrived on the scene?
It shows 1312 Baker.
What time was this CAD report cleared?
0709 a.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 2 of this CAD narrative, at 2:08:03, can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
The call advised the operator, 911 operator, he's at the BP station, black male, approximately 16 to 17 years old, white shirt, red shorts, with a machine gun, driving a black Chevy tag, gave out the tag number. Gun is still inside vehicle.
And does that tag, Ms. Latners, end in 880?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, is one of those discs before you that we admitted 1 Juliet Delta?
Yes.
Is that the 911 call that corresponds with the CAD report we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is publishing 1 Juliet Delta.
Right.
Atlanta 911, operator 6587. What is the address of your emergency?
Hey, I'm over there, Chef, at BP gas station. The address is 151 Cleveland Avenue. Got a black, 4-door Chevrolet. I was walking out the store.
Okay,
I got out like,
sir, is that Cleveland Avenue Southwest or Northwest? I mean, Southeast or Southwest? Okay.
Southwest.
151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, and it says the BP gas station?
Yes,
Okay, do you need police, fire, or ambulance?
police.
Okay, what's going on now?
There's a young guy with a white t-shirt on, red shirt, just got cut like with a machine gun for no reason. I'm walking out the store. He on a black four-door Chevrolet, tag number is P-Paul, S-Ray, Lincoln, 8880. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he walked in the store, then he put the gun back inside the car. Like the female is driving, but he got the gun laying on the back seat.
Okay.
So I felt like I was about to get shot down coming out the store. He hit the counter now.
Okay, you said he was driving a Chevrolet?
Yes, ma'am.
What color?
Black.
All right, and is it a truck or a car?
It's a car, and it looked like he was more about 16, 17 years old. Big old gun. And the store talking to somebody, we can get somebody out here on ASAP, they can catch him before he pull off.
Okay.
But that's a big old gun, and I want my car to be anonymous, because I don't know him, and he don't know me.
Okay.
I mean, that's a big old gun he got.
And is he still inside of the store?
Yes, ma'am, as we speak, he's still inside the store.
All right, and the machine gun is still inside of the front?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what does the female look like?
I didn't get a good vision of how they saw wild hair right here. They look like a female from behind.
And is
So we got-
she black, white, Hispanic?
both of them black. So he like he about to walk in the store with it. He was sticking it down in his shirt and stuff. Then he saw me when I turned around. He jumped in the back seat and put his legs down on the back seat. You know.
All right, hold on 1 second, sir. And you said he had on a white shirt and red pants, right? Red
Yes,
shirt.
ma'am. White shirt, red short.
All right, okay. And he's still inside the store at this time as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said when he saw you, he put the gun in the back seat of the car, but at first he was sticking it in his pants, like he was taking it in his back.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And me and another guy had said, man, what the heck? Excuse my language, but both of us said, man, what the hell? You got his stuff to do.
Okay. All right. And he's still in the store now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the car's still sitting out there.
All right. What is the female doing? Is she just sitting in the car?
She just sit on the wheel, yeah. I don't know whether machine gun or chopper, but whatever, they have a big old banana stuff on.
And you say he looks about 16 or 17 years old? Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Stopping at 412. Ms. Ladders, did we also, or do you also have before you a 2 Tango Tango CAD report?
Yes.
With 2 Tango Tango, the state's publishing 2 Tango Tango for the jury. What is the date for that CAD report?
May 10th, 2019.
And what did that CAD report come in as in terms of the call type or description?
Person shot.
What is the APD incident number associated with this case?
191302224.
And what was the location for this May 10, 2019 CAD?
1600 Farm Road, Southwest Atlanta.
What zone and beat is that location?
Zone 3, 305 beat.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was the call placed?
9:35 PM hours.
How quickly were officers able to get dispatched to that location?
Maybe a minute.
And when did they ultimately arrive?
9:40 PM hours.
What type of response time was this person shot call?
10 minutes.
What time was this call cleared?
12:29 AM hours.
Now, at the top, Ms. Latner, what is the disposition and code number for this incident?
You have code 10, which they impound the vehicle. 17 and 23, they did a report and they arrested someone.
Is 23 the arrest?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, if you look at the bottom of page 1 in the column, is that, as you had discussed, all of the different units that responded to this call?
Yes.
Turn to page 2, Ms. Latner. At the bottom, at timestamp 10:03:38 PM, what is indicated at that time?
Advised 3304 location change en route to Grady.
And if you turn to page 3, Ms. Latner, towards the top at 10:19:09 PM, what is indicated at that time?
Advised 3304 at Grady Memorial Hospital in trauma room number 4.
And at the bottom, Ms. Latner, of page 3 at 12:29:26 AM, what does that indicate?
Advised 3306 cleared the call on the 50. Its pull-in was code 10-17-23.
Which is the impound arrest and report.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, turning to page 4 of the CAD narrative, what is the note at 9:36:21 PM?
Male possible shot. Subject got into a green sedan, green Audi sedan.
And immediately below that, what is indicated?
Black male, gray Kia, doors open, gray Kia sedan, license plate, Charlie John Baker 1950.
And a few minutes later, Ms. Latner, at 9:38 PM, what can you explain for the jury what occurs at that time frame?
And the 7300 unit advised a person on fleet on foot towards the apartment complex.
What do you see no further 78 Sierra?
No further 78 on the subject.
And what does that mean in CAD parlance?
They have no more no more description of the person.
Now, 1 minute later, Ms. Latner, at 9:39, what is the CAD call out at that time frame?
Advised left vehicle on Park near three-way grocery store.
And about 4 minutes later, a couple lines down, Ms. Latner, at 9:43 PM, what occurs at that time?
Vehicle is shot up.
And do you see the unit number 7171 also at 9:43?
Yes.
What does that unit advise at that time?
3303 advised shot in the neck. Someone shot in the neck, alert conscious and breathing.
And 3 minutes later at 9:46 PM, what occurs at that time?
3303 advised suspect is a vehicle possible towards Amer Drive.
And Ms. Latner, 4 minutes later at 9:50 PM, can you explain what occurs at that time frame?
3309, which is overtime unit, advised Pride and Thornton shut down. They're trying to shut down the intersection.
And when it says MARTA notified, is that MARTA police or something else?
That's the MARTA bus line. When we shut down a location, we advise the MARTA bus station that we're shutting down the locations.
Now, Ms. Latner, about 9 minutes later at 10:01 PM, unit number 6181, what occurs at that time?
They request K9 units out to the location to do a search with the dogs.
Does at 10:08, what does it indicate when it says GAT on scene?
That's a specialized unit that's doing the search with the dogs and the, it's more like an undercover unit.
Understood. And about 6 minutes later, Ms. Latners, at 10:14 from unit number 6181, what occurs at 10:14?
One of the unit 6181 advised at least 3 people fled from Grayfoot Fusion and at 10:14 hours.
And 6 minutes later, Ms. Latners, at 10:20 p.m., what occurs at that time frame?
Unit 3304 advised victim has 2 gunshot wounds to the left shoulder.
And 4 minutes later, where it starts with the word tracked, what does that indicate?
1892, which is a red dot unit, he advised they tracked someone running at the fence line in the back of the apartment.
And 1 minute later, what is the updated CAD report indicate at that time?
He advised that Gibbon Road subject possibly jumped the fence.
Now, Ms. Latners, also before you, do you have 2 Tango Tango Alpha, which is a CD?
Yes.
Is that the 911 call that corresponds with the CAD report we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 2 Tango Tango Alpha for the jury.
Yes, but I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay.
The computer just froze up, but we have it back up.
Okay.
One operator 7 Bridgeville. Yeah, there's some boys that just ran on a car and they just shot fire. They just shot someone. What's the location? Down the car ran. Okay, they shot someone or they were shooting? Already shooting someone. Okay, what's the location? Here, also, I'm right here by the freeway grocery store. And they're running back right now to the car. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get the location. What's the cross street are you at? I'm at Pryor Road in Clare, and this doesn't count Clare. Right by the Pryor Road in Clare. Yeah, they're running right now. Okay, was someone shot or are they just shooting? They just and it looks like they shot at some boy. I don't know. I just ran past it. I'm by the car right now. What's the color, make, and model of the vehicle? It's an Audi, but I'm like away from it because what color is it? Like gray or blue. They got into a gray Audi sedan. Yep, 4 doors. It's like the light color. Do you have a license plate number? I can drive back around. How many boys are there? There's like 3. I don't know if anybody's in the car. Like the door is open. Are you on? Black male, black, white, Hispanic, or Asian? Probably black. Yeah. Yeah, that's a Kia. It's C. Oh yeah. It's like a 3. I'm still here. Give me 1 second. It's CJBL 1950. CJB 1950. Okay, that's Charlie John Bravo 1950. And it's a gray Kia sedan? Yeah. And you said the males left. What direction did they run in? Oh shit, they went, I guess, what is this, north, south, on fire.
Okay, they went
So
on,
it's Fort South, right?
okay,
So
they went on
fire.
towards what, like, give me somewhere where they went towards a place or a street.
To the right, there's apartments over here. There's just a fence. There's a three-way grocery store right here. And
Give me 1 second, I'm still here, bear with me 1
they
second.
ran toward these apartments.
Give me
And
a-
there's the shoe, little boy's shoes. They took off the shoes right there.
Okay, give me a description of some of the males. You said they're black males, what are they wearing?
They were hoodie and regular clothes. I was far away. I couldn't identify them.
Okay.
But we're by the park place.
They left the vehicle near the grocery store.
Yep, right here on Fire Street, like when it forks off to the right.
And what was that grocery store name?
Three-way grocery store.
Did you want to meet with police when they get there?
Excuse me?
Did you want to meet with police when they get there?
I was gone.
Okay.
I didn't see anybody.
Thank you.
I didn't go by the car,
Okay, thank you so much for calling. If anything changes or you see anything more,
Your Honor, publishing one Oscar already admitted.
Right.
Ms. Ladders, do you have before you a CAD report marked one Oscar?
Yes,
What is the date for that CAD report?
April 26, 2019.
What was the location that officers responded?
741 Marashko Drive, Northeast Atlanta.
Now, was what time did the officer generate this call?
12:39 a.m. hours.
Is the dispatch time the same time as when it was received?
Yes,
What time was this call cleared?
05:06 a.m. hours.
Who was the primary, or who was the officer for this CAD report?
Unit 1211, Ralph Sharp.
Is this a 10-minute response call?
Yes,
And what was the call type and description for this?
on page 3, he advised he was flagged down for this call.
And Ms. Latner's, what was the disposition ultimately for this CAD report?
17, report made.
And did additional officers ever arrive with Officer Suck?
Yes,
Roughly how many?
I see 5.
And Ms. Latner's, if you turn to the CAD narrative on page 3, do you see the time at 12:39:33?
Yes,
Can you explain for the jury what happens after you had just mentioned he was flagged down?
unit was flagged down. 12 named assistant supervisor. He copied the call. Officer advised his dispatch at the time possible person was shot in the parking lot, the parking garage.
And was it does it give any description of what level that parking garage they are at?
The bottom level of the parking garage.
And Ms. Latner's, at 12:45 a.m., what do those code changes indicate?
Well, the unit investigated the call, found out the person was not shot, the person was robbed.
And what is 44 Bob?
44 is person robbed.
And at 12:45, when it says victim not signal 50,
He's not shot.
and at 12:52 a.m., what is indicated at that time?
Hurt left in a black Ford Mustang.
Ms. Latner, do you also have before you two Papa? What type of, or let me ask you this, what is the date for this cat report and publishing to Papa at this time?
October 1st, 2020.
What is the incident number for this case?
202752065.
What did this call come in as?
The call came in as a 44B, which is a vehicle being carjacked.
What did the call end as?
As a 39 information for the officer.
Can you explain for the jury what that means? Or
When call came in as a 44B, the operator only can go by what the caller tells the operator. Once the officer get out there and investigate the call, he has the choice to change the sentence. So he changed the sentence to a 39 information for officer.
now, Ms. Ladders, what zone and beat was this call in?
Zone 3, 303 speed.
And what was the address?
250 Fulton Street, Southwest Atlanta.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
And what was the caller's name?
Gary.
Does it only have a first name listed?
On the first name with AT&T Mobile, that's it.
Do some other providers get first and last names?
It depends on the caller, yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, what time did Gary make this 911 call?
10:50 p.m. hours.
And what time were officers dispatched to respond to this 911 call?
10:52 p.m. hours.
What time did officers arrive to this call?
10:59 p.m. hours.
Who was the officer that arrived?
This is Rico. I don't know how his last name. Ravilus.
That's fair, Ms. Ladders. And what is his unit number?
Unit 1303.
Now, if you look a little bit below at the unit time 11:14:12, what does that indicate?
44V vehicle contract.
And then at 11:26:25.
They changed it from a 44V to a dispatch to a 12, which is information to the office.
Now, if you turn to the CAD narrative on page 2 at 10:51:46, what happens at that time, Ms. Ladners?
The operator put on here just occurred, the incident just occurred, a 2016 Gold Buick LaStar paper tag.
Is that a gold Buick LaCrosse, Ms. Ladners?
Gold Buick LaCrosse. Then it has a paper tag.
And after it lists that it has a paper tag, what is the next update in this CAD report?
It advised a black male, dark skin, tall, 69, which is 69 is a gun, AK, and 1385, which is supervisor, copied the call, took all money, and his iPhone 11.
Now, right beneath that at 10:54 p.m., what is DOT unfolding towards I-75?
That means DOT, they have DOTs out all times of night. They already out there on the location of 75. That's where DOT handle their stuff on the highway.
Understood. Is that direction of travel?
Yeah, it could be direction of travel.
Now, what was the other DOT you were just talking about?
The DOT units.
Understood. Which one do you think this CAD report is reflecting?
Excuse me?
Do you think what on this CAD report, Is it direction of travel or the units you were just describing?
Direction of travel on Fulton towards I-75.
And after that direction of travel is provided, what is the next update 1 minute later at 10:55 p.m.?
It has Pink Auto Nation tags on the back around the temporary tag. It's a temporary tag.
And Ms. Latner's a little bit later at 11:12 p.m. Was any other units raised?
The robbery units.
And can you explain for the jury what it means when you raise the robbery unit?
City of Atlanta have different departments, different officers in different units. We have robbery units, we have red dot units. So since this was a 44 vehicle, they raised the robbery units to handle this call.
And Ms. Latner's a little while later at 11:26 p.m. What does the unit advise at that time?
That the caller not cooperating with the unit.
And 4 seconds after that update, is that when it changes from a 44V to vehicle theft to a 39?
Yes.
Do you also have before you, Ms. Latner's, the accompanying 911 call that is to Papa Alpha?
Yes.
And is this the 911 call from what we just described, the gentleman with AT&T known as Gary?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to publish to Papa Alpha.
Atlanta 911. Yes, I just got robbed. Where are you? What's the address right here? 250, who? 250 Point Street. What happened to you? Okay, everybody coming to you. What happened? I pulled up to meet with my nephew homeboy, and his homeboy robbed me. Your nephew robbed you too? No, his homeboy. My nephew locked up. Okay, what came with his homeboy some money to put on the book, and he brought me. I got you. What's up? It was about gunpoint? Yeah. Okay, what's their problem? They got my car and everybody. They took my car and everybody. Okay, so you a carjacked? Yeah. Okay, listen to me. What's your name? My name is Gerald Holmes. Gerald? Gary, J-R-Y. Gary, what kind of car you got? 2015 Bruiser Cross. 2016? Yeah, Bruiser Cross. What color? It's gold. Okay, gold Bruiser Cross. Anything hanging from the rearview mirror? Any special tires? No, it's brand new. I got it a month ago. You got a paper tag. Okay, I'm gonna do. What's the tag number? It's a deucer tag. It's a paper tag. Okay, that's tell me. I gotta know. Hold on. I'm gonna be looking for it. Anything else that you hang from your rearview mirror? No. The guy, now, since you came up to pay him, right? This is what I'm asking you. What did he look like? So I know who's in that car. He's short, black male. Who jumped in my car? The one that jumped in my car was dark and tall, like about 5'8" black male. Yeah, 2 y'all. Yeah. Okay, he's tall. Yeah. What's he got on? I don't know, man. That's okay. No, you're doing good. You're doing good. He had on the hoodie. Okay. Yes. You're doing really good. What about my phone? Oh, good. Okay, that's good too. He took my other phone. He was I had my other phone in my pipe. That's what I'm talking about. Gary. You're doing good. As long as they didn't hurt you. He had a weapon, correct? Yes, they had an AK and the other one had a handgun. You serious? The one that got in your car got an AK because I never know when the police pull him over. The one that got in your car, does he have an AK or a handgun? AK. One got an AK, one had a handgun. Both in the car with you, right? Both guys are in the car? No, one is in my car, the other one's in the other car. Now, the one that is in your car, does he have the AK? I don't know. Now, I walked this other day. I don't know. No, listen, you're doing good. No, I'm doing a lookout. So we're giving everybody, telling everybody on the radio what's going on, okay? Because we're coming to you. Don't worry about that. But I want to try to find you. Okay. I don't know me. I took my phone. Okay, I just need you. You're doing really good, Gary. I need you on the supporting line. Okay. All right. So you came to pay. Well, how much did you give him? I said I don't mind. Okay. I don't mind. Okay, gotcha. I didn't get it, you know what I meant. Okay, now, what kind of phones they take from you? iPhone. Okay, iPhone 11. iPhone 11, that's good, that helps me a lot. They're gonna have to explain it. Okay. Do you know which way they went? They went down 4th Street, like towards, 75. 678. Okay, on towards 75 north or south? 788. 575. Don't want a phone number. I need your phone towards 75? Yes. All right, you know, you heard everything? You need an ambulance or anything? You all right? No, ma'am. Yeah, I'm good. That's okay. Your object is to get home. Okay. All right. And I got you on here. It's going to be a 2016 gold Buick LaCrosse with paper tag, correct? Let me ask you something. Where'd you buy your car from? Auto Nation. Auto Nation. Is the Auto Nation on the back? Yeah. Good. Okay. It says what? No. It's right here. Hold on, baby. It's a female right here. Okay, hold on for me. It says Auto Nation on the rear. That helps. Look pink. Okay, so a pink Auto Nation tag, that helps. Okay. Yeah, okay. They already rolling to you, and they're looking too. Okay, so your nephew, does he know them, or did he just call you on the phone and tell you that line he was in jail? No, I know you locked up. So he called me like, no, I said, give money on his book. I put up, give money for my nephew's book. Gotcha. Wow, sorry about that. All right, we're on the way. I'm going to look out for your vehicle. We'll be in a minute. All right. I want you to stay where you are, Gary, okay? Gary? Here, we're coming to you. Stay where you are, okay? Okay. All right.
One final CAD report and accompanying 911 call. That is 1 Romeo Romeo.
Yes.
Ms. Ladner, starting with and publishing 1 Romeo Romeo, what is the date for that CAD report?
October the 12th, 2021.
And Ms. Ladner's, what is the call type or description for that October 21st, 2021 call?
44P, pedestrian robbery.
What is the incident number that accompanies this pedestrian robbery?
212851437.
What is the location for that call?
47 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, apartment 47,
Is that zone 3?
zone 3.
Was this a 911 call or a officer generated call?
911 call.
And what was the caller's name?
Demarcus Smith.
Darius Smith?
Smith, yes.
And Ms. Ladner's, what time did Mr. Smith make this call? Or sorry, yes. What time did dispatch receive the call, I should say?
They received the call at 5:10 p.m. hours.
And what time did officers first arrive to this location?
5:11 p.m. hours. I'm sorry, they arrived at 5:14 p.m. hours.
What time was this case ultimately closed?
6:47 p.m. hours. Well, no, that's 6:47 p.m. hours.
And at that time, what does it mean when it was code 17?
Officer made a report.
Now, Ms. Ladner, if you turn on the bottom of page 2 under where it lists incident comments, what is the date and time, or can you explain at 17:10:40?
Want me to explain the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, call advised happened at above location. Subject had 2 guns taken. 2 guns took caller's money and vehicle. Gave description of the vehicle, a white van, 2003 GMC Savannah, with the tag number, Georgia plate tag, X-ray Paul Lincoln 2301. Direction of travel, he advised towards the highway. 2 black males, unknown clothing, 69 gun. Caller will be waiting at 349 Cleveland Avenue at the Crystals.
And Ms. Ladders, is there any rhyme or reason why this CAD report looks different than some others we've discussed?
Well, it all depends who printed the CAD report out.
Understood. If you were printing CAD reports, which do you like, this version or the ones we've discussed earlier this morning? Your Honor, the state is going to publish 1 Romeo Romeo Alpha. Is that the 911 call, Ms. Lattner, that goes with this pedestrian robbery?
Yes.
Atlanta 911 operator 766 with the address of the emergency.
Yes, I had just been carjacked at Cleveland Avenue Park. They put guns on me, robbed me for my jewelry, my wallet, my
Is that,
phone.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Is that Parker Park?
No, it's Cleveland Avenue Park. The one on Cleveland Avenue by the library. That's where it happened at.
Cleveland.
They took my van. I have a white 2003 GMC high top van. They took tag number 8.
Hold on, sir. I don't mean to be sounding like I don't care, but you're actually talking a little too fast for me to type it, okay? I'm still trying to get the address to where you are, okay?
Yes, I left from there, ma'am. I left there.
Okay. Where are you now?
I'm right here on Ruby Harbor. I'm in the car.
Got it.
Okay.
Do you?
I'm looking for.
Well, y'all need to stay put for the police, okay? Are you able to, if it's safe for you to go back to where it occurred at?
No, ma'am, I'm not going back there, ma'am.
Okay. Do anyone know the address? Because I'm trying to pull it up and I'm having a
It's the
hard
same address. It's the same address, Cleveland Avenue Library, ma'am.
All right, hold on.
And they got my van, my wallet, everything.
Yeah, but you don't need to follow them, okay? It's not worth your life.
I know I'm not trying to follow them. I'm not. I'm just trying to get back to this location.
When you say I'm trying to get back to this location, where location?
I had to go back to Forest Park to get in the car with my brother now, so I can come back on this side to call you all because it was calling Clayton County Police. Can you just put a note in that they'll be on the lookout for my van, ma'am?
Okay, and you said, what's the name of the park again? Hello? Carla, are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, listen, what's the name of the library?
Cleveland Avenue Library.
All right, I'm showing on Google Maps, it's going to be 47 Cleveland Avenue. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right, and you advise you do not need an ambulance, is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
All right, we're going to get you help, okay? Were you in your car when this happened to you?
No, I was standing outside of my car talking to somebody. They ran up with masks on, put 2 guns to my head and made me take out my jewelry, took my wallet out my pocket and my phone, and took my keys and jumped in my van, man. They somewhere around my van right now.
And okay, and your vehicle is a white van?
Yes, it was a 2003 GMC Savannah. The tag number, X-ray, plate.
Okay, don't say it like that, okay? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it the state of Georgia?
Yes.
All right, and go ahead with the tag number.
X as in X-ray,
Uh-huh,
P as in Paul,
okay.
L as in Larry, 2301.
And which way did they go in your vehicle?
They went, when they came out the park, they went to the right towards the highway. So I don't know if they went towards, jump on the highway or whatever.
Yeah, I get it. And are these people black, white, or Hispanic, the guys with the guns?
Two black males.
Do you recall what they, go ahead.
No, I don't remember what they had on. One of them about 5'11", 5'10", 5'11". The other was probably 5'5", 5'6" at the most.
Where are you right now? Are you gonna be on Ruby, Harper, and Thurman Street or McCoy? Because they need to talk with you to get your report going.
I'm going up Cleveland Avenue, man. I'm going to
the library?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because this is like a license silence call. They need to know where you're gonna be at. You understand? Like,
Everyone said it would cost more to earn a cybersecurity degree and certifications simultaneously. Everyone except WGU. My program included certs from
hello?
Yeah, I could meet them at the Kroger parking lot right there by the Papa John's.
No, I don't think you can go there because that's gonna be on South Fulton, I believe. What's your name?
On Cleveland Avenue.
What's your name?
Darius Smith. D-A-R-I-U-S. Smith. S-M-I-T-H.
What's your phone number?
The phone number that I'm calling from now is 678-914-7175.
Okay, so we got, I need to find out where are y'all gonna meet with an officer, because now I gotta Google the address to the Burger King, unless you know it.
You can just, yeah, the cook was on Cleveland Avenue.
So you wanna change it now to the Crystals on Cleveland?
Yes.
Hold on, let me Google that address.
It's wrong for y'all to keep the system.
Well, do you have an address for 911?
Yeah, 349 Cleveland Avenue, man. 349 Cleveland Avenue.
Cleveland Avenue, southeast or southwest?
I'm not sure if it's southeast or southwest, man. They just crystals on Cleveland Avenue. The police there right across the street.
All right, sir, we're gonna get the officer out. There's an emergency call. Like I said, they're coming to you, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Latners. Your Honor, no further questions by the state.
Thank you. Defense attorneys have questions for this witness? Go ahead.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Ms. Latners. Ms. Latners, I want to ask you some questions concerning various matters here this afternoon. I'd like to begin, Ms. Latners, with an October 1st, 2020. That's going to be a CAT report that's been put into evidence as 2 Papa. Do you have that one before you? October 1, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified numerous of times in this case this year, correct?
Correct.
And we have heard today numerous 911 calls, right?
Yes.
We've heard numerous 911 calls throughout this trial, correct?
Yes,
And the callers that are calling in, they are giving information to the 911 dispatcher, right?
911 operator.
The 911 operator, correct?
Correct.
They're giving a story. They're telling a certain story of what they say happened, right?
Correct.
Sometimes it's true, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes it's not true, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to October 1st, 2020. That call began at 22:50 hours. That would have been around 10:50 in the evening, correct?
Correct.
Nighttime in the state of Georgia, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to page 2 of that CAD report. Specifically at 10/120 at 10:51, it says 44V. You've testified that that would be a robbery or carjacking or something of that nature. Is that correct?
What was a vehicle robbery, right?
A vehicle robbery of a gold Buick LaCrosse, according to the report, right?
Correct.
The caller indicated that his name was Gary, correct?
Correct.
This caller says that the person involved was a dark-skinned, tall black male. Is that right? According to the CAD report?
Yes.
And according to the information that was given to the 911 operator, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during the course of this CAD report and the officers being out there, there was an officer who responded, right?
Correct.
And according to the report, the officer that responded was a Officer Revillis. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. This CAD report documents a time frame from 22:50, 10:50 hours to 23:26 when it says it's clear, correct?
Correct.
Little under an hour, right?
Correct.
So that tells us that the officer is with the caller, Gary, during this period of time. Clear, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, Ms. Latners, let's talk about the entry where it has on page 2, 10/120, 11/12. It says raised robbery, correct?
Yes.
That means that Officer Revillis is raising up or calling a robbery detective. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, when that's happening, there's an entry in the CAD report that then tells us on 10/120 at 11:26. Look at the jury and tell them what it says with regard to that particular entry.
Unit advised, caller not being cooperative at 11:26 p.m. hours.
Ms. Latners, tell the jury, how long have you been doing this work?
34 years.
You are set to retire this year, correct?
Again, yes.
Until we let you go.
No, I'm retiring.
Okay, that's right. Now, tell this jury, you've seen this entry on numerous CAD reports, is that right?
Correct.
Tell this jury, based upon your experience, your 34 plus years of doing this kind of work, coming into a courtroom and talking to a jury and giving us information, caller not cooperating. Tell this jury what that means.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance in compound.
Sustained.
I'll break it up. Ms. Latners, can you tell this jury, based upon your experience as a 34-year employee with the City of Atlanta Police Department as a custodian of 911 calls and CAB reports, when this particular entry is in there, what does it mean?
It means 911 operator only can receive what they get from the call. Once the officer get out on the scene, he investigates and he advised his dispatcher to change the call to a different incident.
Okay.
And she does what he asked him to do.
Okay. Now, the responding officer, he raises up robbery, right?
Correct.
So he's talking to a robbery detective, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when he's talking to a robbery detective, the Officer Avilas then goes to a code of a 44V. Tell the jury one more time what 44V means.
44V is vehicle carjack.
Now, we have gone then on this report within that hour from a vehicle robbery. Tell this jury what 39 means.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, it may have been, but I'm gonna permit it.
Tell this jury what 39 means.
Information for the officer. That means that he gathered the information that he needed and he changed it to a 39.
So the officer who's on scene, correct?
Correct.
On the scene with Gary, correct?
Correct.
On the scene getting information, correct?
Correct.
It starts out as a robbery of a vehicle, right?
Correct.
On the scene at that location, the officer and the raised robbery detective, they change it from an armed robbery to an information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And information is not a crime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard a call, a 911 call, associated with the same 10-1-20 incident, correct?
Correct.
We heard it for the various number of minutes that it took place. We did not hear at any time the name Delmisha Coppage, did we?
No.
We did not hear that she was robbed, did we?
No.
We did not hear that her vehicle was stolen or carjacked or robbed, did we?
No.
Did we hear any description of any vehicle other than a 2016 Buick LaCrosse?
No.
Did we hear any description in the 911 call other than strike that? Ms. Latners, let's move to a different report. Ms. Latners, let's move to April 26, 2019. That's going to be one Oscar. You tell me when you have it.
Okay.
You have it, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't prepare the report, right?
Yes.
You didn't make any of the entries, correct?
Correct.
The report started out as a possible person shot, correct?
Correct.
It was downgraded to no one being shot, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was no description of a perpetrator on the report, correct?
Correct.
It stated that there was no information or a tag number given to this vehicle that is alleged to have been involved, correct?
Correct.
And this entire time frame was from 12:39 a.m. to 5:06 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to page 3 on the CAD narrative. I wanted you to go down to April 26, 2019, 12:49 a.m., 7:07 You see that entry, Ms. Latners?
That says gate code 478.
Gate code 478.
Correct.
Can you tell this jury gate code 478? Tell this jury what that means.
It means the apartment had a gate around with a code.
So that tells us that in order to get into this particular garage, it requires a gate code to enter, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on your training and experience and doing these particular CAT reports and testifying about them, have you seen gate codes in other CAD reports?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Ms. Latners, you can
You
answer
actually
the
have I
question.
seen it in other CADs?
Yes, have you seen gate codes in other CAD reports?
Well, it all depends on where you live and if the apartment have gates and have a code for it.
Okay. The 478, is that an internal number that's used for CAD reports? Or is that the code to this particular gate in this garage?
That's code for this garage.
Okay. So the person, so if you punch 478, you will gain access to this particular, according to this CAD report.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you see gate code in the CAD report that we talked about for the 10/1/2020 CAD report?
No.
And this was are you familiar with 741 Morosco Drive, Ms. Latners?
No.
Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Do any other defense counsel have questions for this witness? No. All right. Any redirect?
Very brief,
All right.
Your Honor. Ms. Latners, just a few seconds ago, we were talking a lot about this gate code on 1 Oscar. Is that at 12:49 a.m.?
Yes.
What is the line 3 minutes after that gate code line?
Person left in a black Ford Mustang.
Does it say perp or person?
Perp left in a black Ford Mustang.
Now, Ms. Latners, going back to was there more than one person identified in a robbery? In the robbery?
This car right here?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I didn't see any.
Does the caller indicate, is there anywhere in this CAD report that has any information about how someone entered or entered a parking garage or location on that CAD report?
No,
Is there any information at all about, is there anything else other than just that line of the gate code 478?
that's it.
Is there any information about whether you need a gate code to walk in?
Well, no, if there's any information overruled.
Is there any information about whether that gate is broken?
No,
Is there anything in this CAD report that indicates whether the robber was visiting someone in the complex?
no,
And Ms. Latner's going back to Papa, when a call comes in on cross-examination, you were asked about some information is true, some information is false. Do you recall that?
yes,
Is there any way to know when someone, before officers arrive, what's true or not true about what a 911 caller is stating?
no,
And from the 911 dispatcher's perspective, do you try to determine if what is being said is true or not true before you respond?
it's not their job.
And is the initial officer's perspective of an on-scene victim the end of any further investigation?
You can answer that if you know that from your personal knowledge.
Repeat the question.
If an officer, do you remember on cross, you have discussed about the 44V being changed to 39 info for officers?
Correct.
In Atlanta Police Department protocol or procedure, if you know it, does that stop a case? Can no for
Overruled. Based on your own knowledge.
Can you complete the question, please?
yes. Can further investigation by the Atlanta Police Department be done on a case where the initial officer changes the call to 39 info for officers?
Overruled.
Yes.
Ms. Ladders, when the call is changed to a 39 for investigation, does that mean that the 39 for information? I misspoke, Your Honor, my apologies. When a call is changed to 39 information for officers, I misspoke and said investigation, which I believe is 12, but all that aside, Your Honor, and Ms. Latner, more importantly, does the investigation stop? Does that mean the investigation is over?
Objection, Your Honor, has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any recalls? All right, thank you for your time and you are excused. All right, it is time for us to break for our lunch. So we will do that and we'll plan to be back here. It's almost 1 already. So let's say 2:15. See you then. All right. All right, Sarah, you're back in a little over an hour and 15. Yes.
I think Mr. Shad is here.
Is it, can we take it up after? I'm trying to get somewhere. All right, see you at 2:15.
Welcome to Burn Boot Camp Live. I'm Burn on Demand. Are you ready to work at home? We are too. Let's do it together.
others give you less, Domino's wants to give you more. For a limited time, when you order any 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each online, we'll upgrade one to a large for
Peace out, PMS. With Midol Supplements, Peace Out PMS. Shop now.
pumpkin pie concrete, and our new caramel apple pie shake are your favorite fall treats. Dine in or order online.
Upgrade your game day experience with the best TVs from Electronic Express. Buy now, pay later, and bring home crystal.
to address the court? Does anybody know where he is? Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. Check this out. I can now see over the computer. Is there anybody from the state? Okay. All right, Mr. Scheib, I know you had wanted to address the court, I believe, about something. So, yes. If you wanted to be, sure. Well, yes, it does, as far as I'm concerned. We're not doing that again. Personal about you.
Understand somebody, I'm not remember what he said I wasn't truthful about something and at the doctor. I asked the doctor a question about what my client's mental competency and a certain medication. I said, will it affect me? The doctor gave me an answer.
Right.
Okay. The phone was about 10 or 12 inches away from me, and I asked the question. And once I got that, and I related to the court, I understand somebody came here and said, what I said wasn't accurate. I don't lie to the court. I've never lied to the court. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I appreciate it. And so you're talking about when, and I don't know exactly who was on the conversation, but so the conversation was at your behest with Mr. Zachary's doctor, and I don't know if it was an ADA and an investigator, Abadi, and an investigator, and y'all were all on the phone together with the doctor.
The phone was right here. The doctor was myself, the client was here. I was about 12 inches from the phone. Actually,
So the doctor was on the phone, and the doctor was on the phone? Okay, and you and Mr. Abadi and the investigator were all talking with the doctor. Okay. Okay.
The ADA came in and said something different. I was not being truthful.
Okay.
I don't lie to people.
I don't believe that you do, and I appreciate that, and I didn't take it, I mean, I don't think he said anything as strong as, you know, Mr. Scheib lied. I think it was just, that's not exactly what got said. And two people can hear the exact same words and take it two different ways anyway, but I appreciate that.
That being said, I was Zachary.
Okay. Okay.
He's at the hospital. He's had low blood pressure and blood smear. They were going to release it today. They did.
Okay.
They're going to maybe release it today.
Okay.
But he asked me if I cure blood pressure and blood clot.
Okay.
I don't know. So he may be released tomorrow. He may not. I've got 5 courts and 536.
So have you filed a conflict?
No, well, all those are like trial calendars, he's 3 or 4 years old, trafficking and different things. This is, I'm an attorney for a witness.
Right. I know.
So I think they take precedent. I'm trying to put this in.
I mean, I would be happy to, given the circumstance of your particular client and the request that, you know, he not be held anywhere and that he get this over as soon as he possibly can. I am happy to communicate with the courts if you'll let me know and see if they can.
We'll see what we can do. I've been here all day, every day.
Yeah,
I know.
I know.
I know everybody else does.
I know.
What I was gonna ask for, under 601, is have a hearing to deal with his competency. I think it would be something short as to mental competency, because he is on drugs. He's on Dilaudid, and so under 601,
Well, I don't know what he's gonna be on when he gets released. Okay, lots of people, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but lots of people can take and do take painkillers every day, and depending upon what it is and the amount and what have you, it treats the pain. It doesn't necessarily make them incompetent or unable to do things. So I mean, if I am presented with something that makes me believe that there is an actual issue as to his competency, then certainly I can entertain that, but.
That can only be from him testifying. See that issue, and the other issue, he doesn't recall his 10 years.
Well, he may or may not, and he'll just have to say that on the stand. I mean.
And then also we deal with the scenario of immunity, transactional immunity.
Well, that's something between you and the state.
You can already about there, not only about that, but he's not going to testify unless he gets immunity. Because he was an unindicted co-conspirator, and he referenced to this stuff, and he did prison time.
Have you talked to the state about any of this?
If I may, Mr. Shire has talked to me, and what he has said has nothing to do with concerns about a legal exposure. What he has said has to do with fear and not fear. It has to do with fear. And his client's desire to not testify, period.
I didn't know until yesterday.
Excuse me, can y'all mic up? Can y'all use microphones?
Yeah, we just walk back to the podium. You'll only be 3 feet further away, and then they can hear.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't know until yesterday he was part of this 10 years ago. I did not know. He did prison time, but I didn't know that he was part of this. And as far as immunity, he could be brought in. I mean, as far as conspiracy, and if he gets up and testifies and says, hey, I was involved in this and involved in that, they could prosecute him. I didn't know that until yesterday he was involved in this scenario.
Okay, I don't quite know what you mean by he was involved in this scenario, but.
He did time for some of these acts involved in this.
Well, he certainly can't be prosecuted for anything he's already done time for. I mean, that's double jeopardy.
Well,
And you
I don't know if, as far as conspiracy to commit murder and everything, I don't know what he was prosecuted for entirely.
All
I
right.
just found out, and the family has told me more today. I thought I was getting involved in, I'm fine on it, getting involved in a scenario where I was going to help him, give him information, whether to testify or not testify.
Right.
But it turned out to be, that's fine. I like this. It's a lot more to it. So I have to protect him.
I understand. So, I mean.
Judge, I don't have any problem doing that, but I just do want to make the record very clear for a couple of things. I don't believe that Mr. Shive has, and I don't think the court entertained it, so it may be worth nothing, but the competency Mr. Shive doesn't have, I don't believe, maybe I'm wrong, standing to assert regarding a hearing regarding competency as far as this person as a witness. But second, given, I don't know what all Mr. Shive knew, but given the given the communication between Mr. Zachary's father and our office,
Right.
I don't know how, and given what I was told, not yesterday, but I think day before yesterday regarding what Mr. Zachary would and would not do and why, I don't know that I don't know how that there was no knowledge of what his involvement in this was. There was specific commentary, and I'm not saying that.
I don't know either. But I mean, Mr. Shive's right. Based on the way this case has been indicted, even, I mean, the Rico count seems to be something that if the state wanted to, they could indict anybody on who had any involvement in any of the crimes, even if they've already been, I mean, I don't know that, at least be indicted, whether it would hold up or not, I don't know. But
so, Your Honor, is in as much as there is a concern, I assume that there is a concern regarding Mr. Zachary, I don't know, implicating himself in something that he could get indicted for. We don't have any problem asking the court to compel his testimony pursuant to the same statute that we have had to compel others. We don't have any problem doing that.
All right, well, it sounds like y'all might need to get some sort of an agreement in place between yourself and Mr. Shive.
Definitely like something in writing.
I mean, that's basically what you're saying, Mr. Shive, right? Is that he,
Part of the situation.
And also, I think I ought to make Mr. Shive aware, I just want to make sure he's aware, that part of the requirement for that statute is that he not commit perjury on the stand. And Mr. Zachary is currently on probation for a long period of time. And so I'm gonna put that out there. That's it.
all righty. Well, Mr. Shive has been a defense attorney for more years than probably he can count anymore. And a good one, and a highly experienced one. And so he'll be able to advise his client as to all of the, potential drawbacks and dangers and what have you of such an
It's not
agreement.
a easy, clear-cut scenario. We have to wade through some things. Okay.
So
Thank you.
we'll draft up that document.
Okay, but considering that it sounds like it may be as early as tomorrow morning, that, I mean, I don't know.
We'll have that.
Doesn't sound like anybody knows yet. It's a developing kind of thing about when he might be released, but y'all need to get on that.
So we'll have that drafted this afternoon for
All
Mr.
right.
Shive to review.
And
It's
Mr.
fair.
Shive, if you want to communicate with my office about wherever we might need to be able to talk to other courts about your presence
I
here.
have a simple way of doing it. If you issue an order me back into your court tomorrow, that'll.
You know what? If you want to draft one up, I will
I will.
sign it. Okay, that'll be
We'll
great.
send it over
And
to
do
you in a
you,
couple hours.
great, you've got all of the addresses, right? Okay,
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
all right. We need anything else from Mr. Shive? Anybody?
I don't need anything from him. I just, if the court would indulge me, but I asked right before he came in because I had the next. one,
Okay.
and I don't-
Because during the whole entire lunch break.
Well,
Okay, okay. Well, go ahead. We've got Ms. Hilton now. All right, anybody need to bring up anything before we get the jury in and start with our next witness? Anybody? No? Okay. So we got yet another motion in limine. The people at Mr. Steele's firm are working full time on filing motions in limine. It's very impressive. So motion in limine number 59 is about potentially excluding certain portions of a interview with Mr. Zachary from March 3rd, 2017. And I was trying to find, I've got 2 of his interviews and March 3rd doesn't seem to be one of them. Is this one that we went over?
Should have, and his 2 are August 5, 2015, Your Honor, and then March 3, 2017.
Well, I don't know why I had April 13th, 2017 written down, but I did. But it's the other one the only one from 2017 is March 3rd. Okay.
Yes, it might be the transcription date in April.
Okay. And is that something? So if it's the bottom of 124 through about halfway through 127, my notes say that the state, well, all my notes says is okay, but what that meant in my shorthand was that the state agreed that they weren't going to utilize that.
Perfect, so that's why I did that. Okay, that would be great.
Mayor Ramesh, is that the issue we talked about this morning or something?
No, this is
Okay.
yet another one.
I don't have Mr. Steele's email and because I was not present during.
So if you want to just, I mean, I printed it out because I'm old and you can just look at the highlighted portion and see what it is he's talking about. And I've got a copy of the transcript up here if you need quick access to that. But my notes at least say that y'all said okay on that one, meaning we won't use that one. Do you need to look at the transcript? Because at one point on 126, he says, that's what I assume, that's what I heard.
Correct, and we're only gonna play portions that we believe he was told as either a quote or statement, which is not reflected much in the March 2017.
Okay, but y'all agree that y'all don't intend to use that portion, correct? Just so we're all on the same page?
Yes.
All right. All right, we have our next witness lined up. Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury in. Thank you. Okay, call your next witness.
State calls Mr. Collins back in seat.
Oh, right, we were in the middle of them. Or no?
CHRISTOPHER
And good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back and thank you for coming back.
Mhm.
I have a few follow-up questions for you regarding the incident that you responded to on January 28, 2015 at 2905 Springdale Road.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying about that yesterday?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you what has been labeled as and admitted as states 1 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And it'll be put on the screen, but it will also be on that piece of paper in front of you. Is that the location at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes, that's
Southwest.
that's
that
the
you
parking lot.
responded to?
Yes,
Okay. And did you testify already that whether or not that was in Fulton County?
I did.
Okay. On the date that you responded, do you recall reporting or testifying about one of the units that had been shot up, that the occupant of the unit was not inside at the time that police arrived?
Yes, I remember that one.
Do you recall which unit that was?
I'm pretty sure it's P3 without looking at my report.
All right. May I show you your report to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
All right. And Your Honor, this report I think had been previously labeled just for identification purposes as 666 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the wrong. I'm going to show him his report to refresh his memory. And for defense purposes, it will be page 8 of 8.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep. Apartment P3 was the unoccupied apartment.
And when you say unoccupied, I'm gonna take this back. Okay? When you say unoccupied, do you mean it that it was not the resident was not there at the time that you all arrived, or it was an empty apartment that no one lived in?
Oh, no one was there at the time because the back door was open.
Okay. Now, do you recall at some point and the occupant of the home coming back?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what her name was? Is?
No, not off the top of my head.
If I show you your report, let me ask you this. Did you put that information in your report?
Yes, it's in my report.
And did you talk with her?
Yes, that's in my report.
All right. If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection about what her name is?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to show it to you. Page 8 of 8.
Okay.
And I'll just, for brevity purposes, point you to that last.
Yeah, I've got the last name as Smith in here.
Now, on your report, do you, in the first part, I'll say, do you list the victims' names as you learn them to be?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the occupant of apartment P2?
Do I recall her name? I believe that was.
His name, the occupant of P2.
I remember the last name from yesterday when I testified.
Okay, and was that Mac?
Yes.
Gilberti Mac?
Yes.
All right. And, excuse me. On the report, page 3 of 8, if I show you your report again, do you list not only the name, but phone number and address of the victims that you've identified?
Sure, if I could see it, I can.
I will show you page 3 of 8.
Okay.
Would you look at what you've written for unit P3 and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yep.
All right. What was the full name of the person who lived in unit P3?
That's, I'm just going to spell it. First name is ANTRIVIA. Last name is Smith.
All right. And without saying what it was, did you also have a phone number for Ms. Smith?
Yes.
And did you get that phone number from Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Was it still nighttime when she arrived at her apartment?
Yes.
Were there still units besides yourself on scene?
Yes.
Were there still crime scene technicians processing the scene?
Most likely, without an accurate count, I would say probably.
All right. I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 38. $65, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And I'm not going to publish all of these. I'm just going to ask you whether 65 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie through 108 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie pertain to the apartment that belonged to Miss Smith. That we
Okay.
Did you publish the first If we could put up State's Exhibit 66, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Yes, those do pertain to that. That's what you were asking, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You would just
Yeah.
put it behind her.
Those do pertain to apartment P3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna put up 66, Charlie, 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 and that on the screen behind you.
Okay.
in front of you, is that the B3 that we're talking about that Ms. Smith lived in?
Yes.
All right. And do you have any independent recollection of how long you spoke with Ms. Smith while she was on?
No.
Do you recall,
Your Honor.
and if you do,
May we approach?
yes. All right. And Mr. Collins, in your report, did you reflect other officers or other unit numbers that were with you on scene?
Did I write them in there? Yes.
Yes. And do you recall, as you sit here today, who they were without refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Who were they?
Would have been Kenneth Robinson responded, and my lieutenant, one of the sergeants. I want to say it was Lieutenant Bruce, probably Sergeant Dawson.
And do you recall who would have been unit or 4380 and 6161?
4380 would most likely be a support person, like a crime scene tech, and the 6 number would be a detective.
Would looking at your report aid you in remembering who it was?
Yeah, because I might have that backwards.
And you look wherever you need to in your report.
Okay, so 4380 and 6161 are listed in here. Most likely it's investigators that would have shown up. There's a 7 number that's a crime scene tech.
Would you tell the jury what your responsibility as it related to those investigators that would have shown up were? And you can look through any part of your report to refresh your memory if you need to.
My responsibility on scene to them is to get there and arrive to a scene and secure it, and then notify the proper authority or person to investigate the scene.
And as you're on scene, when you said, did I hear you earlier testify, or did you not, that you spoke with Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you present when she spoke with anyone else on scene that you can recall?
I mean, not that I can recall.
All right. If I give you your report, might it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I read it.
And were you present when she spoke to these people?
I would have still been on scene, but I don't know if I was sitting in on their conversation. But I did. Yeah.
But you did what? You can say whatever it is.
I mean, I wrote down in my report that she had made statements.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you recall what statements she made to you or what statements you heard her make?
I do after just seeing my report.
Okay. And so that I can be precise and we cannot be imprecise.
Yep.
Did she tell you who was either staying
Your
at her?
Honor, I'm going to object. Our foundation has not been properly laid at this point.
Your Honor, the witness just stated that he recalled after reading the report what he heard or what.
The witness recalled in response to Madam Prosecutor's question that he was present for a conversation between the witness and the other two, and he was there on the scene. It's not been clear who the statements were made to.
He just said he remembered what he recalled hearing, so overruled.
Do you recall hearing Ms. Smith talk about a friend of hers who had been at her place?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
I believe she gave a nickname.
What nickname was it? If you need to look at it again.
Yes, so I don't misspeak.
Okay. And just the name.
I wrote in here Lil Kel.
And how did you spell Kel?
Kel.
All right. And without going into anything else beyond, let me be very specific here. What refreshes your memory, if it does, after Locale, did she say what he was doing at her place?
She stated that he was like hiding out
Okay.
at her place.
Hiding out at her place?
Yes.
All right. Now, did Ms. Smith also tell you, did she also mention her boyfriend's brother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury only what name of the boyfriend's brother that she gave?
She gave the name Peanut.
Okay. Was Miss Smith's unit the one that had the television shot and that sustained, would you say it sustained the least, the most, or the same amount of damage as the other units?
That one looked like it received more damage than the other units.
I'm sorry, could you say it a little bit
More. That one had more damage than the other units.
Okay. And do you recall whether Miss Smith gave you any information about requests she had made of her neighbor, Mr. Mack? And if you don't, I'll let you read it. And if it still doesn't refresh your memory, that's fine.
Okay.
And starting, counselors, I'd ask him to start at the second paragraph on page 8 of 8. Read to yourself and then look up after you've had a chance to read it.
Okay. Yeah, I wrote here in the report.
Wait, don't say what you wrote in the report.
Yeah.
My question is, do you recall after reading your report, whether Ms. Smith relayed to you or within hearing of you anything about requests she made of Mr. Mack?
I don't remember that.
Okay, all right. Now, did you list in your report the names associated with those numbers that you mentioned, those unit numbers?
Yes.
And would you read or find that area in your report where you list the names associated with those unit numbers? Just, you can turn on any page that you
Sure.
need to.
Well, they're all written like in order of the
Okay.
apartments we went to in the narrative.
All right. And so in the last paragraph, where there is unit number 4380 and 6161, are you able to say which names are associated with 4380 and 6161? Did you write that in your report? Anywhere? And you can look on other pages.
Yep, I did write it down.
So which names were associated with which name was associated with 4380?
That's Bacon. It's an investigator.
All right. And what kind of investigator is Bacon?
He would have been a general investigator.
And what does the
Freddy's Grilled Cheese Steak Burger is back. Try it with a side of our new tots. Dine in or order online.
investigator, officer?
That is a gangs unit.
Okay.
So
Now, how did the gangs unit get involved? Do you know? Without saying anything in particular? Just yes, if you don't, that's fine.
it's typical to notify them in a situation like this.
Okay. Without talking about what anyone said, when you say in a situation like this, are you able to explain what you mean?
We had responded to several of these in the
Okay.
same area,
In the same area?
in the same part of town. Yeah.
Okay. And when you say part of town, could you be any more specific?
In the southern part of Zone 3.
Okay. And in your report, do you indicate that Ms. Smith spoke with both Investigator Bacon and Investigator Curry?
I do indicate that at the end.
Now, in your report, do you say specifically that she spoke with you?
The way that I wrote it, it would indicate that she spoke with me.
Okay.
And it would be reasonable to say that she would have had to speak to me to get to another investigator.
Say that for me one more time.
It would be like normal procedure. If somebody's arriving on scene, they don't just immediately speak to a detective. They would talk to a patrol officer first who's manning the crime scene tape or doing some other kind of task.
And is it customary for you, when you're on scene, for you to either point victims or witnesses to the investigators, or even relay to them information that that victim or witness has shared with you?
Yes, that's
Okay.
normal.
All right. Just one second. Thank you. That's all that I have for now.
All right, defense questions for this witness?
Yeah.
Mr. Collins, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Keith Adams. I represent Mr. Williams, who's sitting over here.
Okay.
And I've got a couple questions for you about what you just testified to, okay?
Sure.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you responded to this location on Springdale Road back in 2015, true?
I mean, without referencing my report, that sounds correct.
Right.
Could be.
Is that your report right there that you've been looking at?
Believe so.
Yes.
I'm going to leave this with you, so if you need to reference it.
Cool. Sure.
All right. 2015, I think I heard you testify yesterday when you were here previously that was a long time.
A belief about what Mr. Adams.
All right, I think he's just trying to call the witness's attention back, so I'll permit that, and if that's not correct, then please correct that in your answer.
Did you testify previously, when you were here previously, that was about 9 years ago? That was a long time ago.
Yes.
It is fair to say that you don't have a clear, independent recollection of everything that happened in that investigation from 9 years ago.
Sure. Almost no one would.
Right. And because it was a long time ago and you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report. True?
Okay. Yes.
Which is what you've been doing.
Yes.
Okay. You testified a little while ago about going to apartment P3 or unit P3. Remember that?
Okay. Yes.
And your testimony was that when you went to apartment P3, it was unoccupied. There was no one there.
Correct.
That is not the first place that you went to. You're going to other units first before you got to P3, correct?
That's the order I have it written down. I mean, sure.
Okay. Does that sound about right?
I mean, the way I kept it organized in my report, I just went 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you were to put a GPS tracker on me, I may have moved differently. I don't know.
You just don't really know for sure.
We're talking about something that happened 9 years ago at 1 a.m.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, but we're relying upon your best memory, your best recollection from 9 years ago. True?
Yeah, that's.
And just to be clear, I heard you mention, or you were referenced to, I guess, badge numbers, 4380 and 6161. Remember that?
Yeah, those are radio numbers, not a badge number.
Okay, but those radio numbers are assigned to specific investigators.
Yes, but they're probably assigned to somebody else now.
Right.
It just changes.
Back then, it was Bacon and Curry, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, they arrived on the scene.
Correct.
Would they have arrived as a result of you calling for them?
Probably notifying the GI. So typically you would radio to notify a general investigator, and you would try and raise like either the general investigator would raise a gangs unit, or sometimes the lieutenant would request it. She might have done it as well.
Okay. You just don't know for sure. Could have been you, could have been someone else.
Sure, but it was done on scene, yeah.
And although P3 was unoccupied when you got there, at some point, this woman by the name of Miss Smith showed up, correct?
Correct.
Now, who got there first? Was it Miss Smith, or was it Curry and or Bacon?
I mean, I'm not sure. From the way it's written, it sounds like the investigators were on scene before she arrived.
Okay. And so if the investigators, Curry and Bacon, are on scene before she arrives,
okay,
right, they had conversations with her, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as
No.
to vagueness about they had conversations with her if she was on scene.
Overruled.
Isn't that true? Isn't that what you put in your report? That she spoke, Ms. Smith spoke to 4380 and 6161.
Yeah, I wrote that she spoke to them in her report.
And so do you have an independent recollection of you actually taking a statement from her before she spoke to those other two officers?
I remember speaking to a woman there. I remember her making statements and what this was about. And then I remember alerting the detectives and saying, you should probably speak to this lady who just showed up on scene. I do remember that.
So even though they came there before she got there, according to what you just testified,
Mm-hmm.
you spoke to her first and then she spoke to them?
Your Honor, objection, just answer.
Asked and answered, sustained.
Is it fair to say that you never interacted with anyone that night named Kel?
Is it fair to say I never interacted with somebody named Kel?
Yeah.
Yes, from the way it's written, I did not.
You didn't see anyone named Kel, right?
I mean, no.
If you had, you would have put that in your report.
I would have put what I did put in there, which was that there was somebody seen like running to a vehicle in surveillance footage, but I mean,
You didn't speak to anyone named
I didn't
Kel.
speak to anybody named Kel. That's correct.
All right. Let me ask you something. Officer Collins, who did you end up arresting anyone for shooting at any of these units that night?
No.
Is it fair to say that you were not in charge of any continued investigation after your initial appearance there at the scene?
Correct.
You don't have any information about who may have been involved, who may have done this at all that you could share with this jury, do you?
Past what happened on scene? No.
Okay. All right. Ms. Collins, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're released, excused,
Yes.
call your next witness.
Release.
Release. Thank you.
You're under the state of Miami, Cali 16.
Okay.
Please swear affirm and testimony to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Vanna Kelly, VANNA KELLEY.
And good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, good.
God bless you. Where are you employed?
I am employed with the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for 4 years. It'll be 5 years in January.
Prior to working with the ATF, where did you work?
Before I went to the ATF, I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI.
And can you please tell the jurors, what were your job duties and responsibilities when you worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
At the GBI, I was a firearms examiner. And as a firearms examiner, I did the discipline of forensic science called firearms identification. And firearms identification is looking at ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to try to determine if they were fired from a particular firearm or not fired from a particular firearm. Or if I don't have a firearm, then I can also look at those ammunition components to each other to determine if they came from same or different sources.
And can you tell the jury about your education and training in firearms and team mark analysis?
Once I started training at the GBI as a firearms examiner, I underwent their 1-year training program. During that time, it included studying things such as the history of firearms, doing microscopic analysis, learning about serial number restorations, which is restoring numbers on the firearm if they've tried to be removed. Also, I did training and casework in muzzle to target distance determination, which is trying to determine the distance between the firearm and the object or the person that was shot. And also, I would have been trained in, I think it said microscopic analysis, which is using the microscope to make those comparisons of the ammunition components. And then also additionally, when I went to the ATF, they had an additional method for serial number restoration that I was trained in. And also I started training and completed my training at the ATF in what's called tool mark examination. So tool mark examination is just basically all the other tools, your screwdrivers, hammers, wire cutters, and trying to determine if those tools were used to, cut wires or, doing comparison with those type of tools.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in firearms and tool mark examination?
Yes, I have.
When? Or how many times?
I think I'm close to 100 times now.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Vanna Kelly as an expert in firearms and tool mark identification.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you. If you can tell the jurors briefly about what is a firearm?
So the definition of a firearm is the assembly of a barrel in an action that expels a projectile by means of combustion. So really what you should be thinking of in terms of, the word firearm, you're probably thinking, pistols, revolvers, rifles, shotguns. Those are your main types of firearms.
And tell the jury briefly about the parts of a firearm.
So for a pistol example, the top portion that would move back and forth is your slide. And then the slide is attached to the frame of the firearm. And then you have, some internal components such as the firing pin. The firing pin is what comes out and basically causes that combustion reaction that I talked about. There's several parts of a firearm, and the trigger obviously being a very important part, which is the catalyst of pulling the trigger that releases the firing pin that then fires the ammunition down the barrel of the firearm.
And then what is a cartridge?
May I use my demonstrative aid?
Can she use her demonstrative aid?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a large scale, they're not this large, a plastic model of what a cartridge is. So a lot of people, when they see something like this, if you're familiar with firearms or ammunition at all, you'll think, oh, this is a bullet. But when I refer to this, it would be a cartridge, meaning that it's unfired. So then the cartridge is made up of the cartridge case, which if I use the term cartridge case, that means that it has been fired. And the bullet, which is the projectile. So the cartridge, when it's fired, those two things will separate. The bullet will go down the barrel of the firearm, and the cartridge case will move rearward, and then in some types of firearms will also be ejected. So you have the cartridge case, which has the primer here on the head of the cartridge case, and that's where the firing pin will strike the primer, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. And as that gunpowder causes the pressures to build up inside the case, that's what pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. So interview, cartridge case, 1 unit unfired, cartridge, 1 unit unfired, and then that separates into a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
Thank you. Now, when you receive firearms to be tested, please tell the jurors about the process used to test firearm evidence, specifically shell casings and projectile, or cartridge cases and projectiles.
So the process can, differ based on the type of evidence that I have. In general, so if I receive a firearm in the case, I will need to create test fires from that firearm. So at the forensic lab, we'll have a large metal water tank that's full of water. And then there's a port on the front of that box that I will stick the firearm at that port. And as I pull the trigger, the bullet is traveling into the water of that box, and the water helps to slow that bullet down. So after I'm done test firing, I can collect the bullets from the water tank. So now I have samples that are known to have come from that firearm I just shot. And also at the same time I'm shooting it, it's ejecting, or otherwise I can collect the cartridge cases as well. So I can take my firearm, test fire it, and then have known samples of the cartridge case and the bullet from that gun. And also then I can follow through with, looking on my microscope at 2 cartridge cases side by side, or 2 bullets side by side, to try to make a determination on whether they were fired from that gun or a different gun, or the same gun, maybe a second gun.
And tell me just briefly about that process, cartridge cases under the microscope to determine if they're fired from the same gun or different.
Mhm. So the first thing I'm looking at when I start like cartridge case comparison is what's called class characteristics. Class characteristics are predetermined by the manufacturer and they indicate a restricted group source. So an example of a class characteristic would be if you go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. So the color blue, that it's a truck, that it has the badging of the Ford F-150. Those are all class characteristics you're using to help narrow down what you're looking for. So you're not going to look at the red Chevy Corvette because that's not within your class group. So for firearms, we can start with the same base level and say, okay, well, I can see these certain characteristics such as the caliber. If I have one caliber, there could be certain other calibers that I don't even need to look at because they're not the same class characteristics. And then the second level is called individual characteristics. So if I have a grouping now of class that are the same, I have to move on and say, okay, but within that class, are they fired from the same firearm? So those are individual characteristics. The individual characteristics from a firearm are created incidental to the manufacturing process. So that's the imperfections and irregularities on the surface of the gun that as this ammunition goes through the gun, it's picking up those microscopic details. So then that's what I'm looking at on the scope is the microscope to determine, is it an identification, which means same source, an elimination, different sources, or sometimes we don't have enough information and that's an inconclusive result.
Are you able to tell in your testing if a particular projectile and a particular shell casing were once one completed cartridge?
No, what we typically are doing is looking at cartridge case to cartridge case and bullet to bullet. So there wouldn't be a time that I would have looked at the cartridge case and the bullet together to try to determine if they were once one piece of ammunition.
Now, at the GBI, when you were working at the GBI, as a firearms examiner, did the firearms examiner have to have the results of their examinations verified?
Yes.
If you can tell the jurors about that process, that verification process.
So we had what I'll refer to as a primary examiner who is assigned to work the case. So the primary examiner would do their workup of all of the evidence, and then the person who is called the verifier has to then also take the evidence and microscopically look at it and reach their own conclusions about same source, different source firearms. So that's what the verifier would also additionally look at the evidence microscopically and then, if needed, discuss with the primary examiner and then move on with the case after that.
And as a verifier, do you have to come up with your own independent conclusion regarding the examination?
Yes.
And when you were at the GBI, could the primary examiner release a report without having their testing verified?
No, so for a case to be released, it would have to be verified and then peer reviewed. And once it passed those steps, then an official report could be released.
And what's the distinction between verification and being peer reviewed?
So verification would be, like I said, the microscopic looking at the evidence. And from what I recall, the peer review process was looking over the documentation of the case file to make sure that everything was aligned for the case file.
I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2015-1001545. Did you serve as the verifier of that DOFS case number?
Yes, I did.
And who was the firearms examiner or the primary firearms examiner?
The examiner's name was David Voss.
And did the GBI receive items to be tested?
Yes.
Around permission to approach?
You may. Sorry.
60 phones and watches. Safely connected for every every step. Only at gab.com.
Right now, we'll upgrade one medium two-topping pizza to a large for free when you order Domino's $6.99 mix and match deal online.
So I'm gonna first show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 318 Yankee Charlie, 318 Yankee Bravo, 318 Yankee Alpha, 294 Yankee Bravo 7, and 294 Yankee Bravo 5. Tell me if you recognize, if you're able to tell me if these are some of the items that she tested back in 2015.
May I also refer to my notes? Yes. Thank you. Yes, I can recognize these items as bearing the GBI case number, which is in my documentation, as well as the item number listed from the GBI as well.
And are those some of the items that you verified from what David Boston?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 11. What's been pre-submitted as 294 Yankee Bravo 11, 294 Yankee Bravo 4, 294 Yankee Bravo 2, 294 Yankee Bravo 3, 294 Yankee Bravo 10, 294 Yankee Bravo 9, and 294 Yankee Bravo 1. Tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes, these packages also bear the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with the verification that I did.
Now showing you what's been marked as 294 Yankee Bravo 8 and 294 Yankee Bravo 6. So do you recognize those?
Yes, these packages also have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification that I performed.
Now showing you what's been already been as exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 24, 294 Yankee Alpha 25, 294 Yankee Alpha 26, and 294 Yankee Alpha 27. Some of you recognize those.
Yes, each of these packages also labeled with the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with my verification.
I'm showing what's been admitted as 294 Yankee Alpha 23, 294 Yankee Alpha 22, 294 Yankee Alpha 21, and 294 Yankee Alpha 20.
Yes, these packages also all have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification I performed.
And when we talk about the item number, what are you referencing?
So each of the packages have the item number that was assigned at the GBI. So that would be a different number than what she's calling off. It would be a GBI association number.
And in order to complete your testimony, is it easier to identify it using the GBI item number?
If that's possible, that'd be great.
Okay. What I would ask for you to do is, as you identify them, use both the GBI number and the state's exhibit number. Can you do that?
For every time I refer to it, or the first time?
The first time, and when we group them together.
Okay.
All right. Now, I want to first start with your GBI item number 2A, 2B, 2C, 5B06, and 5B08. Do you have those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you can first identify 2A, what exhibit number is 2A?
GBI number 2A is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Bravo.
And are you able to open up that particular exhibit?
Yes.
And then I'll ask you to go to the 2B. And you can keep it open. I'll have you show it at the end. And you can open up all three of those.
GBI item number 2B is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Alpha.
And looking at State's Exhibit GBI number 2C.
GBI item number 2C is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Charlie.
And looking at GBI number 5B06.
GBI 5B.06 is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 7.
And then last 5, GBI number 5B.08.
GBI item number 5B.08 is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 5.
And are you able to open up the 294?
Oh, here's the system. Would you like me to?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, looking at 2A, GBI 2A, 2B, and 2C, where did these items come
Each of those containers has a piece of paper with information indicating they are from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Would you like me to read the rest of the label?
Yes.
Okay. And I can refer to it by GBI number now? Okay, thank you. So GBI item number 2A has a Fulton County Medical Examiner case number associated and Atlanta PD case number written on this tag, as well as the name Donovan Thomas and the medical examiner's name. It has handwritten, maybe I shouldn't read it because it's doctor handwriting, but it appears to say right lateral, and the rest is illegible to me. It also has a date of 1/11/2015 and says next to that 026 and then a B and an M. It does say the doctor's name was Michael M. Henninger.
And is that the same name consistent with all 3 of 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, but the handwritten information as to locations within the body is handwritten and that information varies per box.
And looking at GBI number 5B.06 and 5B.08, where were those 2 items?
I can only read from the GBI label that it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
And the same for 5B.08 as well.
Yes, 5B08 was also submitted to the GBI by the Atlanta Police Department.
And were you able to do any testing regarding those 5 items?
Yes, I did.
And what was the testing and what were the results?
So for these, they are, I guess, varying degrees of fired bullets, meaning some of them appear to be portions of fired bullets or, because they can fragment and break off, etc. But for these, I did do a comparison to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. And I was able to determine that all 5 of these were fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to verify the types of firearms or potential list of firearms that those items could have been fired from?
I would have reviewed the work of the primary examiner on that, and he did provide a potential list of firearms.
And were you able to then verify his list that he placed?
I did note that I agreed with his, what we called a DTW, which is a determined type weapon. So I did agree with that and noted it on my verification.
And what were the type of firearms that could have fired those items?
So he listed the AK 47 variant SKS 762 by 39 millimeters.
All right. Now I'm gonna go to our second round. And we'll do the same thing, that 5302, I'm about asking, with GBI case number 5B.02 is the state exhibit number 294, AQ Bravo 9.
Yes, it is.
And for 5B.03 is the GBI case, the state exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 10.
Yes, it is.
Five B.04 is the state's case number 294, Yankee Bravo.
Yes, it is.
Is this better? For 294 Yankee Bravo 1, is it 5B.01? Is that the GBI case number?
Is that a Bravo there? Yes, okay. Yes.
For GBI case number 5B.10, is it 294 Yankee Bravo 11?
Yes, it is.
And then for the last one, this grouping is 5B.07, 294 Yankee Bravo B4.
5B.07 GBI is, yes, 294 Yankee Bravo 4.
And then last, 5B.05, is that 294 Yankee Bravo 2?
Yes, it is.
And if you can tell Jordan, what, if any, comparison analysis were you able to do for this group of exhibits?
So again, these are also bullets or bullet jacket fragments. And I did a comparison of those, and I was able to determine that they were all fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to determine a list of potential firearms that group would have?
Again, it would have been Examiner Voss that came up with the list, but I did note that I agreed with his DCW determining of the type of weapon. The list provided included Springfield, Ruger, and Llama 45 auto pistols. And I also want to say that those lists are based on those class characteristics that I spoke about. So the class characteristics are ran into a database that turns out what manufacturers of firearms use those specifications in their guns. So that's where that information is coming up about what type of firearm manufacturer could have produced the class characteristics from these items.
Third group, that's the 5B.9 and 5B.11.
GBI 5B.09 is States Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 6. And GBI item number 5B.11 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 8.
And were you able to do any comparison testing with those two items?
I did compare these two items to each other. However, I was inconclusive and unable to determine if they were or were not fired from the same firearm.
And what's contained in those two exhibits?
It's a bullet jacket fragment and an additional metal jacketed bullet.
And looking at the GBI signature, were these also submitted by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, they were.
And is that the same for the last group of exhibits that we looked at?
I would like to look at the packaging again for that. Yes, even though each of those packages were also labeled as being submitted to the GBI by the Atlanta Police Department.
Open up the grouping 5A02.
I do not have that group. I believe.
We'll start with the 5A11 and 5A. Okay, so we do have the 5A02.
I do have 5B.02.
That's what we're just gonna, we'll start with 5A11 and the 5A14.
GBI item number 5A.11 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 23.
And is that also, was that submitted by?
Yes, it was. GBI item number 5A.14 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 22, and it also indicates it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.17 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 21. And it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.18 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 20, also submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
And were you able to do comparison testing on these items?
Yes, I did. I determined that these cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And what type of cartridge cases are those?
These are 45 auto caliber cartridge cases.
And were you able to determine from this group potential list of firearms that these could have been fired from?
May I refer to Examiner Voss's report? Okay, thank you. His report indicates that they were consistent with being fired in a Springfield 45 auto pistol.
I'm going to hand you the group beginning with 5A.10.
GBI item number 5A.10 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 24. It's labeled as from Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.13 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 25. Also labeled as from Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.15 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 26 from Atlanta Police Department. And GBI item number 5A.16, the label indicates Atlanta Police Department submission, and that is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 27.
And were you able to verify if these items, what were you able to verify regarding these four items?
I determined that these were all fired from the same firearm.
List of what firearms these showcases could have been fired from.
Examiner Voss did not provide a list.
And what type of shell casings are those for items?
Those are 9mm caliber cartridge cases.
And all five of the same.
Correct.
Ms. Hilton, just for terms of breaks, are you need much longer with this witness? It's fine if you are, just wondering if we should.
We can take a break because I have another large.
Okay, let's take a break and then we'll come back and continue with this witness. Let's all take a quick break.
It's fine.
I don't know, it just has a mind of its own. It's cold in here now. I just turned it back a little bit. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Now, we found that 5A group. If you can start with this first batch and identify both the GBI case number and the state's exhibit number.
GBI exhibit number 5A.02 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 2, submitted by Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.01 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 1, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.03 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 3, Atlanta Police Department. GBI 5A.04 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 4, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.05 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 5, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.06, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 6. GBI item number 5A.07, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 7. GBI item number 5A.08, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 8. GBI exhibit number 5A.09 from Atlanta Police Department is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 9. And States Exhibit GBI item number 5A.12 is from Atlanta Police Department and is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 10.
And were there additional shell casings with this grouping that you got?
Yes.
Okay.
GBI item number 5A.19, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is States Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 11. GBI item number 5A.20, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 12. GBI item number 5A.21 from Atlanta Police Department is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 13. GBI item number 5A.22 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 14. GBI item number 5A.23 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 15. GBI item number 5A.24 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 16. GBI item number 5A.25 submitted from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 17. GBI item number 5A.26 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 18. And GBI item number 5A.27 from Atlanta Police Department is 294 Yankee Alpha 19.
And I'll first ask, in total, how many shell casings are these? How many shell casings are these?
There are 19 in front of me, and give me a second and make sure with my worksheet that aligns with the number that I looked at as well. And I examined 19 cartridge cases. 19.
And what were the results of testing those 19 items?
I determined that these 7.62 caliber cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And was there a list of potential firearms that those could have been fired from?
May I refer to Examiner Voss's report? The report states that they're consistent with being fired in SKS, AK-47, and their variant type 7.62 by 39 millimeter pistols and rifles. And that the list is an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. And that would also go for the other list of firearms as well.
And earlier you said that the grouping 2A, 2B, 2C, 5B06, and 5B08, those are also consistent with being fired from an SKS or AK-47 style rifle. Is that fair to say?
That was the determination of the type of weapon, yes.
For that first group, the 2A, 2B, 2C group, And then this last group where they fired from the same SKS AK-47 type rifle or different.
So that is a comparison of a bullet grouping versus a cartridge case grouping. So like I discussed earlier, I would not have compared the bullet grouping to the cartridge case grouping.
Now, did you have the occasion to test any firearms in this case?
I did do a verification of one firearm to a grouping of cartridge cases to determine if that firearm fired those cartridge cases.
And did you have an identification number, a GBI identification number for the firearm that you tested?
The item number from the GBI for the firearm that I verified was item 1A, and it was also under a different case number than the one we've been referencing throughout this. And that case number was 2015-100-2121.
And do you know what type of gun that was?
I would have to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol.
And which grouping did you test that firearm against when you did your verification?
I verified the firearm, which was GBI 1A, the Smith & Wesson, to the GBI grouping of 5A.10, 5A.13, 5A.15, and 5A.16.
And what were the results of your verification?
I determined that that firearm did not fire those cartridge cases. It was an elimination or an exclusion from that firearm. That firearm did not fire those cartridge cases.
After doing the verification, what would have been your next step? If any.
I know that I also was the peer reviewer on this case, so I would have served as the peer reviewer, which, like I said, it was the primary examination, then verification, then peer review, then the release of the official report. So the next step after I verified it would have been to look over the documentation of the case file.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And what were the results of your peer review? Was that everything was in order and ready to be released?
So an official report can only be released once it passes all of those phases. And a report was released in this instance. So it would have passed through all of those steps that I talked about.
And did that conclude your involvement in the case once you verified and peer reviewed the items in front of you, as well as the gun that we just discussed?
Other than testifying today, yes.
All right, Your Honor, that concludes my questioning.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness? Okay, go ahead.
Kelly, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. You and I have met before, is that right?
You said, but I'm sorry, I don't recall.
I'm memorable over in DeKalb County.
I have testified in DeKalb County, but I try not to remember.
All right, so I've got just a few questions if you don't mind. So I heard you testify about everything that you've got in front of you, and you made reference to reports and peer reviewing. Now, when these items of evidence initially came into the GBI crime lab, you were not the first person charged with doing any sort of examination or comparison, is that correct?
That's correct. I was not the primary examiner assigned to this case.
The person who would have been assigned to the case is someone by the name of Mr. Voss, David Voss. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so jumping forward a little bit, your testimony ended with you talking about the results being peer reviewed. Are we talking about any examination or comparisons that you did were peer reviewed, or are we talking about Mr. Voss's results being peer reviewed?
So the peer review would have been a collection of all of the documentation within the case file. So looking over the worksheets where, an examiner collects all the data in their case file. So it would have been looking through and making sure that all of the paperwork was in line is what a peer review process was.
Okay. And so in terms of determining, and I heard you refer, when you're talking about the different categories of types of guns that those items could have been fired from. You have a list of names, different types of guns. Those are determinations made by Mr. Voss that you then reviewed, is that right?
Yes, I do have noted in my verification record that I agreed with his determination of the type of weapon.
Okay. So am I correct that these items of evidence, everything that's in front of you, came into the GBI crime lab somewhere around January the 13th of 2015? Does that sound about right?
May I refer to the report from Mr. Voss?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would you like for me to read the dates specifically off the report?
Oh, if it helps to refresh your recollection by looking at the report as to what date those items of evidence came in, that's all I'm looking for.
So there was a submission on January 13th of 2015 from Atlanta Police Department. There was submission on January 15th, 2015, January 20th, 2015, and January 13th, 2015, according to the report issued.
Okay. And customarily, when these submissions come in to the GBI crime lab, they're coming in from a particular agency. In this case, it would have been the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
The Atlanta Police Department, and I believe earlier there was also evidence from the Fulton County Medical Examiner as well.
Okay. It would have been on the same case though, true?
There are several cases represented. We have mainly been talking about one, but I did also mention a firearm from a second gun that I also compared.
And the information that you have, or that the GBI has, when that information comes in, is that it's coming in this case, the items that came from the Atlanta Police Department came from an investigator, J. Thorpe Jr. Is that right?
May I again refer to the report?
Absolutely.
Thank you. J. Thorpe Jr. is listed on the report by Mr. Voss as the requester.
And as these items came in, it made reference to case individuals, and specifically it made reference to a victim, the victim's name being Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
The name Donovan Thomas is listed as a victim on the GBI report issued by David Voss.
And that information, the case individuals, information submitted by Investigator Thorpe, also has two subject names, correct?
Yes, it does.
One is Quintez Griffin.
Correct.
And the other one is Kenneth Copeland.
Correct.
And those are the subjects listed on the request for evidence examination or testing that was submitted by J. Thorpe Jr. back in January of 2015.
I don't know when those names would have been applied, but it is true that the report does list those individuals and that J. Thorpe was the requester.
All right. Ms. Kelly, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp?
Kelly, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. As I understand it, you are an expert in firearms and the mechanics of firearms. Is that fair to say?
More so the microscopic comparison of things, but I also am trained in, how they work and how that leads to the microscopic markings as well.
Okay. And I believe that I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Can you just describe in layman's terms what happens when someone was say, I pull the trigger
Mhm.
of, we'll say, a handgun, let's say a 40 caliber semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, sure.
Could you explain the mechanics that lead to the firing of a projectile?
Yes. So in this instance, we have a 40 caliber handgun, a pistol. So one of the parts of a firearm can be a magazine, which is somewhere where you can load those 40 caliber pieces of ammunition, your cartridges, into that magazine. And then the magazine can be inserted typically into the butt of the firearm. And I'll use my hand here. So the magazine will be loaded into the bottom of the frame of the firearm. And then that magazine has cartridges in it, but in order for the cartridge to be pulled from the magazine and loaded into the chamber of the firearm, you need to retract the slide of the firearm and then let it go forward again. And as that slide goes forward again, that's what picks up the cartridge from the magazine and chambers it into the firearm. At that point, you can pull the trigger, and like I said earlier, the pulling of the trigger releases, we'll say, the firing pin. That firing pin makes contact with the primer, which here you can see there's an indentation in this silver part here that's indicating a firing pin impression, and that causes the gunpowder inside the cartridge case to be ignited. That's when the bullet starts traveling down the barrel of the firearm. The cartridge case may be ejected if it's a type of firearm that will eject your cartridge cases. And then if there's more for the next shot, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, you would need to pull the trigger again to do your second and third shots. So those subsequent shots, again, the slide would move rearward and pull the next cartridge with each shot from the magazine.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Now, I want to go back to the gunpowder. Gunpowder is made of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, correct?
The best I recall, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the mechanics of the propulsion of the projectile, there's several phases once that firing pin hits the primer, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate that for me?
First, it's ignited, correct? The firing pin hits the primer and ignites.
Yes, it hits the primer, and then there's actually something called a flash hole, if you can see in there. So the igniting of the primer sends that flame into this body of the cartridge case, and that's what then ignites the gunpowder within there.
And once the gunpowder is ignited, it sets off a chemical chain reaction called the combustion phase, correct?
Yes, that is the firing of a firearm, as I stated, does occur because of the combustion.
And that creates heat and pressure within the gun, correct?
Yes, and within the cartridge case specifically, because that's the pressure that's causing that bullet to be pushed out of the mouth of the cartridge case.
Okay, and what causes the bullet to be pushed out, have you ever heard the term release phase?
Release phase?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. During the combustion phase, when we have these gases and heat and pressure, that pressure pushes the projectile forward, correct?
Yes, it's a equal and opposite reaction that's occurring. The bullet is being pushed forward out the end of the barrel, and the cartridge case is being pushed rearward towards the back of the slide of the firearm.
And this pressure and combustion is also released from the gun through soot and other particles that leave the gun, correct?
Yes, so the gunpowder, you could see, a plume, or sometimes, the smoke or the fire that comes from that cycle happening. The gunpowder particles could also exit out of the end of the barrel as well.
Okay, so the gunshot residue, we'll call it.
Right.
Is that fair to say, gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay, it releases through the ejection port of a handgun, correct?
It could be released through that area as well.
Okay, and the ejection port of the handgun is on the top side of the barrel of the handgun, correct?
It can vary from firearm to firearm where that ejection port is located. So if I may just explain, the ejection port is typically towards the rear of the firearm, and the ejection port is where the cartridge case is being kicked from the slide of the firearm.
And these gases and particles can be released through the ejection port, right?
They can be, since that is an opening in the firearm, it can be released from there, and also some can be released at the end of the barrel as well.
From the same part of the gun where the projectile comes from, correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that?
That was very inaudible. The particles in gunshot residue can be released from the ejection port of the handgun, and also from the same part of the gun that the bullet leaves the gun from, correct?
So out of the muzzle end of the barrel, yes, it could escape from there as well.
Okay. And this combustion of these gases also creates a sound, a bang, correct?
Yes, it can create a noise.
And it also creates a bright flash of light, correct?
It may, and that can vary depending on the type of gun as well, or ammunition.
All right. I don't want to go beyond what you're comfortable testifying to. Do you know approximately how many microscopic particles are released from the gun when a projectile is fired from a gun?
No, I do not.
And when we're talking about these microscopic particles, are these the same particles that are ultimately tested for when we talk about gunshot residue testing?
So as a firearms examiner, in the sense of gunshot residue testing, such as on someone's hands after they fired a gun, that would be more of a trace evidence type of examination. The only time that at the GBI I dealt with gunshot residue was looking at basically articles of clothing for someone who had been shot.
Okay, and you can test articles of clothing for gunshot residue?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And other cloth objects?
You could test other non-cloth objects or cloth objects as well.
Okay, great. And what you're testing for is microscopic particles that contain three specific elements within the same molten particle, correct?
No, as a firearms examiner, we don't look at those elements. That would be more of a trace scientist. Ours is based on visual and chemical testing to determine if things consistent with gunshot residue are present.
Oh, I see. So when you were talking about testing for gunshot residue, you were just talking about trying to find it, not identify it. Yep.
Right. I would have done a physical examination to visually look for pieces of gunpowder residue, but not the elemental analysis would be a trace type of examination.
So the questions about the gunshot residue identification would be better for a trace analyst.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me how a gun works.
All right, does any other defense attorney have questions for this witness? No. All right, is there any redirect?
Ms. Kelly, we talked earlier about the item 1A from case number 2015-1002-121A. What was the serial number for that weapon?
I would need to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would that help refresh your memory as to the serial number?
Yes. The report from Examiner Voss lists GBI exhibit number 1A for case number 2015-100-2121 as a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol with serial number Hotel Foxtrot 3719. So that's HFF 3719.
And I'm going to approach you with Stacy Exhibit 475. Is that a copy of Mr. Boss's report that you've been referencing on both cross-examination and direct examination?
Yes, this report, State Exhibit 470Y, does bear the GBI case number. We've been discussing 2015-100-1545.
And would that be the same report that you peer reviewed, the same items that you peer reviewed and verified prior to that report being released?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to turn the 470Y into evidence. Yeah, go ahead. Sure. All right. So that's admitted without objection. And then my last question is, do you know the effect of any, turn that mic back on if they turned it off when they're looking for it. Do you know the effect, if any, does firing a firearm have any effect on fingerprints that may or may not be on a projectile?
I'm not the firearms, a fire fingerprint examiner would be best to answer that question, unfortunately.
Thank you so much. I have no further. Any recross? Okay, thank you for your time and you are excused.
Thank you.
Okay. Clean up the witness stand.
I swear in.
Yes.
I do. First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work?
I am a deputy district attorney at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what are your responsibilities as a deputy district attorney here at the Fulton County DA's office?
I am over the unindicted homicide unit. And what this means is that I receive case files from the various police agencies here in Atlanta, and I review these case files, and I prepare the cases for indictment, which basically means I prepare the charging instrument, that being the indictment, and I also make recommendations as to other investigative steps that we might take prior to presenting the case to the grand jury.
Now, when you said all of the investigative agencies here in Atlanta, is that all of Fulton County that you look at cases for?
Yes, more broadly, Fulton County, not just Atlanta.
All right. Now, prior to working, first of all, how long have you worked as a deputy district attorney over the unindicted homicide unit?
Specifically as a deputy, I was promoted to deputy in late 2021. I've worked in essentially the same capacity since October of 2013, meaning that since I've been in the role wherein I receive case files from the various police agencies in Fulton County and then review them.
Do you know how many of those case files approximately that you have received since you've been in that role as a unindicted homicide unit and writer? Do you know how many case files you've reviewed since you've been at the DA's office?
Well, over 10 years. I've been doing this over 100. It's going to be over 1,000 case files.
Oh, were all of those homicide case files?
But no, they're not all homicide case files.
Now, what other kind of case files then would you have been reviewing?
In my current role?
Yes.
Well, every now and then I'll be placed, I'll be assigned some sort of special case or investigation. Off the top of my head, do you want me to get into specifics?
No, I just want you to tell the jury generally what other types.
I think at one point in the past, I was specially assigned to a case involving the illegal dumping of tires in abandoned lots across Fulton County. There was a terroristic threats case that I dealt with at one point, just cases like that.
All right. Now, when you get a file from a law enforcement agency in Fulton County, is the file always complete to the point that you're satisfied with presenting it to a grand jury?
No, not always. Oftentimes, maybe not more often than not, but so maybe sometimes is a better word. On reviewing the case files, I find that there are deficiencies in the investigation.
All right. So before we go on to those, any deficiencies or anything like that you might find, would you tell the jury, you started out saying that you have been a deputy DA since late 21 and you've been reviewing homicides since 2013. How long have you been at the district attorney's office total?
Since June of 2011.
And what roles have you held there since that time?
So my first role, my first day of the DA's office was June 21st, 2011. And within 2 days of that, I was placed in what was called at the time the complaint room.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked an overnight shift. Oh, no, it was like a late afternoon shift. It was like 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., I believe were my hours. And I would essentially just sit there and wait for cases to come in from the various police departments in Atlanta, any kind of felony case at all. They would fax us the police reports, et cetera, and I would read over them. I would draft a summary of the case that would be notarized somehow right there in the complaint room, and this would be provided to a judge at first appearance. And essentially what I did is I would in real time receive the case files, the incident reports essentially from the police officers as they were making the cases. And then I would prepare some preliminary documents to be for first appearance in the morning and then indictment thereafter. I did that for about 3 months, I believe.
Where did you work after that?
2 months, actually. I then was sent to the non-complex trial division.
What does that mean?
Non-complex at that time, and it may be this way at this time too, I don't know, but at that time, it was a division within the Fulton County Superior Court that handled or concerned certain felony offenses that were considered lower level in severity than others, such as simple possession of coke.
Your Honor, his background is what I'm establishing, and I'm asking him to just give a brief summary.
All right, well, it's not particularly brief in the summary, so let's get a little bit more brief.
Let's go a little bit more brief. What did you do as a attorney in the non-complex trial division?
I basically just handled the prosecution of lesser felonies like possession of drug and minor theft.
After how long did you stay in the non-complex trial division?
I believe 6 months.
Where did you go after that?
The trial division.
And what did you do briefly in the trial division?
I handled cases, prosecution of cases such as aggravated assaults, armed robberies, drug trafficking, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how long did you stay in the trial division?
A little less than 2 years.
After that, is that when you were sort of went into a different role?
Yes, that was in October of 2013 when I was assigned to the major case division and the unindicted homicide role, which is essentially the role that I'm in right now.
Okay. Did you supervise people in October 2013?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other persons working with you, like investigators?
I did. I had an investigator named David White.
When you received a case, you were talking earlier, and actually, let me just back up quickly. Your educational background, just.
Well, I major in public policy at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I got my law degree from Georgia State University.
Now, have you always only worked as a prosecutor, as a lawyer? Briefly telling the jury whether or not you have.
Yeah, I'm actually going to object to that as well. It's irrelevant.
Since I've been a licensed attorney, no, I worked for King & Spalding briefly as a document review attorney.
Have you ever worked for an attorney that did criminal defense?
I did, Alan Begner.
How long did you do that?
2007 to 2010, I believe.
Now, coming back to what you currently do, when you say that you receive cases from law enforcement agencies and you review them for deficiencies at times, please explain to the jury what it is that you mean when you say deficient.
Well, I looked through the case file and I just looking at not just from a legal perspective, but a common sense perspective. In my judgment, I believe that perhaps there can be more to prove a case at a forthcoming trial, or there should be things that we should do and investigative tasks that we should take before we present the case to a grand jury and then proceed to trial.
Does every homicide case that you receive, every unindicted homicide case that you receive, include a suspect that has already been identified or warrants have already been taken out for a suspect?
Rephrase.
With every homicide case that you receive, have warrants already been taken out for a suspect?
Not every case, usually.
What have subjects or suspects been identified in every homicide case that you receive?
Yes, I would say generally there's at the very least a person of interest.
Okay. Under what circumstances do you receive case files where warrants haven't been taken out?
Well, that could be an instance in which the police feel that they, like I said, have at the very least a person of interest in mind, but they would prefer the DA's office to review the case file prior to them. Generally the procedure is the police go to a magistrate and they swear, they provide some testimony to a judge, and then the judge, on hearing that testimony, decides whether a warrant should issue or not. If a warrant issues, then the person that the officer seeks to charge with the crime is presumably arrested on that warrant thereafter. But sometimes the police may feel it necessary to consult with me prior to doing that. So they'll send me the case file and I'll review it, and I'll consult with the police as to what perhaps they or we can do to improve the case and find more evidence prior to they're seeking an arrest warrant or are presenting the case to a grand jury.
Are you a certified law enforcement officer?
I am not a law enforcement officer.
So what types of things, if you would tell the jury, is it that you are able to do that law enforcement isn't able to do when you get these cases that you feel should have more done?
Why don't you rephrase?
Okay. Would you tell the jury some of the steps that you take to obtain more evidence in the cases you receive when you believe that more evidence could be obtained?
Well, I draft search warrants, which law enforcement officers that work for the DA's office review with me. I already mentioned investigator David White, but there have been others that I've worked with because the DA's office investigators are certified, post-certified law enforcement officers.
Okay.
And they work with me on the cases. And after I review the case file and discuss the case with them, I'll draft the search warrants and I'll go over it with the law enforcement officer with the DA's office, and then they'll present it to a superior court judge. And so these search warrants can be for things like cell phone records, social media accounts, etc. I can subpoena things on behalf of the grand jury. Certain records for which are finding a
Designed by women for women. That's Formers. Celebrating women every day. My Plate helps you make healthier choices one bite at a time.
can also subpoena witnesses to the grand jury, which is something the police can't do.
Do you collaborate with law enforcement officers in further investigating cases, in any of the homicide cases?
Yes.
Do you discuss with them steps that they might take to strengthen or to better investigate their cases?
All the time, yes.
So are they also capable of drafting these search warrants for cell phone records, social media, and all of the things you just testified about to the jury?
Yes, they are.
So why is it that you then would need to be doing these things with files that you receive from a law enforcement agency?
Well, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes after the police make an arrest, they feel like their work is done, essentially. I really don't know how to articulate that any better than I just did. And as a result of that, that is we being myself and the people with whom I work at the DA's office, have to take over the investigation and obtain some of these search warrants ourselves.
When you say social media, cell phone records, and all of the other items that you obtain search warrants for, how do you make a determination if the law enforcement agency hasn't already gathered them, where to look and what to get?
Well, there's a lot that I can glean from just reviewing what it is that law enforcement did find. Let's say this is not specific to this case at all. This is just a hypothetical, but let's say I obtain a file from law enforcement and they did obtain some cell phone records. Okay. What I'll do is I'll just load the records into a spreadsheet and I'll go through the calls line by line, and I'll see a specific call at a certain time. And I'll think, based on some of the information that's contained within the record surrounding that call, or regarding that call rather, that being the date, time of the call, the tower that was utilized by the handset that was placing the call, and the person that was, right. I'll be curious, let's say, regarding the other person that was a party to that call. I'll think, you know what, this call was placed by this person like 1 minute after the homicide. I don't know who this person is. I need to find out who that person is. That would be something that I would follow up on. Maybe send a subpoena, or depending on some other things that I may have seen in the records, may even rise to the level of probable cause. So I draft a search warrant to get the tout logs related to that other number, something like that.
Would you tell the jury whether or not you have any experience collecting and listening to jail reports?
Yes, vast experience.
Yes, sir. Pull that microphone down closer to you.
I think he's talking about me.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, Miss Love, okay.
Would you tell the jury, just for Mr. Hart, would you tell the jury what experience you have with jail recordings?
Jail recordings are recordings of phone calls placed by inmates to Fulton County Jail. All calls except for calls made from like contraband cell phones or any other non-regulated phone in the Fulton County Jail are that are placed by inmates or placed from phones that essentially automatically record the phone calls, and the recordings are automatically stored on a server somewhere. Up until very recently, like May of 2024 to be exact, these phones that were in the Fulton County Jail that the inmates would utilize to make these calls were owned and maintained by a company called Securus, Securus. It's now a new company, the name of which I can't recall. But I have access to these jail calls. When it was on Securus, when they're the company that maintained the recordings and the infrastructure that allowed for the recordings, it was there was a website that I would log into. commandcenter.securustech.net was the uniform resource locator, or URL. I had a login and password, and on logging in, I would be able to search for the jail calls using various search terms, using the search form that was provided to me. And then I could listen to any call that was placed by an inmate from a phone mounted to the wall or through a tablet. And they were all voice over IP calls that were placed.
How would you decide out of all of the calls that existed at the Fulton County Jail or from the Fulton County Jail, in any particular case, where to start looking for calls of interest?
Well, that is it. There's a lot that goes into that. Okay. So on a typical murder case, I would start with every inmate. Let me back up a little. Every inmate is assigned an account number that they have to enter before they place a call from the Fulton County Jail phone. They then have to follow that account number with a PIN. So they type in their account number, they type in their PIN, and then they place a call from the Fulton County Jail, and it debits money from an account that's been set up so they can place calls, because every call costs money. All right. So what I would do is I would first run a list of all numbers, all phone numbers that the inmate called.
I'm going to object based on relevance, based on bolstering. That'll be my objection.
Your Honor, one, this witness will be talking about certain steps that he took to further the particular investigation of the case that we're here on, and how he did it and the extent to which he, the steps and the extent to which he went to find certain things are relevant in terms of how exhaustive his efforts were. So it'll allow the jury to gauge.
Why don't you just ask him if his efforts were exhaustive?
I think it's relevant that the jury understand what he did to narrow down those numbers that he.
Okay, well, let's get to that without there being a treatise on all of this. Okay.
All right, Mr. Sprinkle, without the treatise, how do we? Can you give us a more or give to the jury a more condensed version of how you determine what calls you want to look at out of the thousands of calls that.
Sure. I basically just compile a list of phone numbers that the inmate called, and then I run each phone number individually, and I look at the date and time that the inmate called the numbers, and based on when that call was placed in temporal proximity to something that I deem significant, I listen to that call, and on listening to it, I determine whether or not it was relevant.
And when you say you run each call individually, what does that mean with the Securus system?
You can search for calls based on phone number only. So you can, in the search field in this form at that website that I said that I log into, you can just type in a phone number and a date range and ask the system to return all calls placed to a certain number by any inmate in the entire facility for a certain time period.
Are inmate names always associated with the PIN number, or inmate calls rather, please forgive me. Is a call by an inmate always associated with the PIN number that inmate has been assigned?
No, not at all. It's very common for inmates to utilize each other's PINs accounts, rather, to place calls.
What about when a person is first booked into the jail? Is there an account or a PIN number associated with that person?
No, those calls placed in the booking area, they're not required, nor do they have an account and PIN number to even utilize to make the call. So those calls, they don't need to enter any account information. So the only way you can find calls from the booking area or the lobby area, but for you, you're relevant to your question, the booking area, when the inmates first get there, is to search by the phone number specifically.
Okay. Now, do you listen to, when you say that all calls are recorded, do you go and listen to calls between inmates and their attorneys, things that are privileged?
No, and ideally, the attorney will have registered their number with the system such that the calls aren't recorded at all. But if I receive,
Please go ahead.
yeah, and if I do see calls from attorneys, then I just don't listen to them, and I just disregard those.
You mentioned contraband cell phones. Would you explain when you said that except for contraband cell phones, you try to listen to the calls that are made from jail?
Well, I can't listen to phone calls made from cell phones that have been smuggled into the jail and the inmates are using unlawfully, because those calls are obviously not recorded. Yeah, I mean, they're cell phone calls. Unless there's a wiretap on the phone, I wouldn't be able to listen to those.
We'll come back to the wiretap, but do you ever have access to calls or cell phones rather that were smuggled into the jail and used them?
Occasionally.
Objection, asked and answered.
Occasionally, yes, there will be cell phones that are seized from inmates at Fulton County Jail, and the contents of them are digitally forensically extracted, and I will review those, yes.
When you're talking about them being digitally forensically extracted, could you break that down in lay terms?
So, sure, a cell phone, as I think we all know, has a port on it, generally that you plug a charging cable into to charge it, but also with most, if not all, modern cell phones at this point, that cable can also allow for the transmission and of data to and from the phone. And so when a phone is seized by law enforcement, there's certain software that law enforcement can use to basically plug the phone up to the computer using that same port that can send and receive data. And this software can make an exact copy of the contents of the phone. It's called a forensic data extraction of the phone. And it creates a forensic image, digital image of the phone. And it's meant to ensure that the contents of the phone are not altered at all in this process. And it allows, through the specialized software that law enforcement utilizes, to read the forensic image that is created from this process, to inspect the contents of the phone, such as the text messages, images, videos that were filmed and photographed by the phone, etc.
Can you do or find social media content on those extractions as well?
You can. There's subsections of the reports. One of those is or not just Instagram, but social media accounts that are registered to various apps in the phone. So yes, those are in there as well.
And do you ever use those extractions to aid in furthering an investigation into the homicides that you received?
Yes.
How do you decide what or how to find social media accounts of interest when you're investigating unindicted homicide cases?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that. Are you saying if I were to have a person of interest or anyone really, and I just wanted to find their social media accounts?
Yes. How do you go about determining what social media platforms and to whom or how a person identifies himself on social media platforms that you find of evidentiary value?
Well, that can be difficult or easy depending on the person. I suppose I would start by just searching for their name on a social media platform. If they have a very uncommon name, then it can be very easy to find them. But if they have a very common name, they can be a little bit more difficult.
You use things like phone numbers, or do you use things like phone numbers to narrow that down?
Yeah, so there was a time where if you had someone's cell phone number and you ran it through Facebook in the search field, it would actually just return their Facebook profile. That is Facebook doesn't do that anymore. So that you're right, that was one method. Most social media platforms today, I'm not aware of any that allow you to find, except for Cash App, which I wouldn't really consider a social media platform. But things such as like Snapchat or Instagram or TikTok, et cetera, I'm not aware of any of those that allow you to search by phone number now.
Do you conduct interviews with your investigators to further any investigation of the homicide cases you receive?
Yes, and by that we will, my investigator and I will just go visit people at their homes or their places of business, and we'll interview them and ask them questions that we may have about the case.
And when you do that, do you write up a report, or do you in any way include or somehow memorialize that?
So there's a couple of things I do. I'll audio record the interviews, and I will generally write a report summarizing the contents of the interview as well.
Do you end up indicting every suspect that has been arrested or for whom?
Objection is to relevance.
Do you end up indicting or presenting to the grand jury every suspect that has been identified or arrested in the homicide cases that you see?
No.
And why is that?
Well, there are times then when on reviewing the case file and
Y'all want to approach? With everybody here, if you want to give, I don't know where that noise is coming from. A little instruction to Mr. Sprinkle is to.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, I will try to tailor the questions that I ask so that the responses are as focused as we can be, while at the same time allowing the jury to understand and gauge how it is that Deputy DA Sprinkle goes about making decisions in his cases in general, and specifically how and why he did what he did in this case, and how it is consistent with the way that he conducts himself.
Okay, and I mean, essentially, you're a lawyer, so it's easy enough to just tell you this. What we want to avoid is improper bolstering. All right, so just keep that in mind as you're testifying. And obviously answer the questions that any attorney asks you, but.
And beyond that, with respect to what was discussed at the bench, Your Honor, I'd like the opportunity to.
Sure, so we're gonna excuse you for the day, Mr. Sprinkle, and 9 o'clock for you. And of course, if we end up with a different witness, then it won't be 9 o'clock for you, but be prepared to be over here, ready to testify at 9.
Your Honor, before Mr. Sprinkle leaves, I would just ask that you order that no lawyers discuss
beyond,
these
yes.
matters with Mr. Sprinkle now that he's sworn in as a witness.
Okay, well, I hope everybody knows that that's not appropriate anyway when somebody's in the middle of testifying. So if you need to talk to him about another case, fine, but nobody be talking to Mr. Sprinkle about his ongoing testimony while he's still on the stand.
Your Honor, I believe that the prohibition that Mr. Schreider is referring to is akin to the rule of sequestration, and talking to him about what he has already talked about. I would ask that the court allow me to continue to speak with Deputy DA Sprinkle. He is our witness, and he's not, nobody else is, I mean, I know not to talk to him about other people's testimony, but talking to him about things that I'm going to be showing or saying or whatever to him, I don't know that there's any legal prohibition against that, and constraining us from interacting with our witness. He hasn't even been subjected to cross, so we're not trying to tell him what to say, but at this point, there's no difference in terms of his, anything that could be done improperly than there was before he was sworn. So I would ask that the court allow us, and if anyone else wants to talk to him, allow them to talk to him as well. There's nothing that can be, the rule of sequestration isn't going to be, is it violated? So there's not a prohibition against us talking to our witness or any other as
I mean, honestly, I think the rule is actually something like, overnight it's okay. Something at lunchtime isn't. But essentially you shouldn't, and he's a lawyer again, but you shouldn't be in the middle of testimony trying to coach him about anything, which and you won't be doing.
Right. But speaking to him about or asking him about or showing him evidence that we're going to be doing, or we have, like I said, there's nothing to coach him about. I've just started on the examination and I don't have any opposition to anybody speaking to him. I don't know if they've done it or not, but there's nothing improper that could be even done at this point with this witness, just because he has started his testimony. And I would ask that the court allow us to continue to work with and talk with our witness.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand, he's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're going to show him before now, it's too damn late, number one.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law for as long as you have, you're supposed to talk through the court. Okay, so can you please
Sure.
try to do that?
Sure. There's
Thank you.
every opportunity. You should have taken the opportunity to talk about his testimony before he got on the witness stand. He's a sworn witness now. And the case is Perry versus Leak. It's a United States Supreme Court case in which the government said that a defendant's lawyer can't talk to his own client overnight because it was improper to talk to a witness while the witness was on the witness stand. And the US Supreme Court said, yeah, that's the rule, except for the Sixth Amendment allows a defense lawyer to talk to his own client overnight. So I object to the state or anybody for the state talking to this witness or any witness while they are on the witness stand and testifying.
All right, so I don't think that the case actually limited it just to defense attorneys and defense counsel. That was the reasoning in that case. But, Ms. Love, I mean, be aware that if you talk to him about something overnight, they're gonna get up on cross and ask exactly what y'all talked about.
That's fine, and I understand that. And Your Honor, that's fine. And if there's additional case law on any of this, I know that in the morning we're going to be bringing up, we're going to be briefing the court on some other things.
Okay.
I'll bring it to the courts.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. That actually reminds me, so when Ms. Smith was on the stand, and I may have heard it wrong, but I think that she said that, of course I know this because the trial's been on, live stream. Can everybody please tell or remind anybody that you think might be a witness in this trial to not be watching the live stream before they have testified, to not talk to any witness who has already testified about their testimony, and to not, once they themselves have testified, talk to any other potential witness about what they testified to. Y'all all know that, but not every lay person knows that. So just remind all of your potential witnesses not to be doing that.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that we beg, we admonish, all of that. And I've heard people say, it's everywhere. What am I supposed to? I'm like, turn it off.
Correct.
But,
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, to the extent y'all can try to control that, please do. All right. What else do we need to handle tonight? Or can? Oh, yes. Yeah, you're out of here. Thank you for the day.
And so, Judge, there was one other Well, I don't think there's anything I can do about it though. Now, I'm just gonna have to check on the status of our witness who's currently
Okay.
at Grady. But I mean, I think that I'm not gonna speak for the doctor, but there may be a point at which we present something else to the court regarding finding out with more certainty about his.
Y'all are
condition.
welcome to do that at any time.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Can I, and I could email it to everyone as well, but I have a couple of cases I'd like you to consider.
All
So we
right.
can just start running in the morning. Vega, VEGA versus State. It's 285 Georgia. 32, it's in Division 3. It's a 2009 case. The cases it relies upon are still cited in 2023. And it specifically what we're targeting is where the conduct and the motives of the actor are not matters concerning which the truth must be found, i.e. are irrelevant to the issues on trial, then the information, etc., on which he or she acted shall not be admissible. Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise,
Hang on just a second.
of course.
Sorry. Had the deputy going in and out of the jury room, and it looks like some of them are still in there. Go ahead.
Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise, it is error to permit an investigating officer to testify under the guise of explaining the officer's conduct to what other persons related to the officer during the investigation. The mere circumstance of an officer's initiation and continuation of an investigation without more is not relevant to the inquiry. And the reason, there's also Leslie, by the way, LESLIE versus State. That's 355 Georgia Appeal 244. 355 Georgia Appeal 244. It's in Division 7. It's a 2020 case. It says the exact same thing. But
Yeah, my understanding of those cases, and it used to be, especially before our new evidence code, that, every time there's a hearsay objection when there was an officer on the stand was, oh, it's to explain his conduct, and that's hardly ever relevant. This is A, not just an investigating officer, but B, if Ms. Love, I know you had said some things up at the bench that I think are relevant in responding to this issue of whether, I don't know if it's so much his conduct, but, I'm sorry. The practice that he goes about in deciding to sometimes not, I guess, bring an indictment against somebody that had been arrested.
Yes, the decision, the way that he does his job. I mean, yes.
I just want the court to appreciate this thing. Then are we allowed to bring in people who've been exonerated by DNA from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office under Michael Sprinkle murder case that has been found to be innocent? Do we get to bring in individual people who say that they were wrongly charged and their murder case after indictment was dismissed? Do we get to bring in people who have pled guilty but will explain, I only pled guilty even though I'm innocent? Because this is just opening up, to me, the DA's office reputation. I could put my reputation in this courtroom as well. I could have a lot of people come in and say, I believe beautiful things, but we don't do that. And that's
Which is why, as you know, up at the bench, I instructed Ms. Love to focus and tailor her questioning so that it focuses on what he did in this case.
okay. I thought we were still talking about okay. And I agree with you. Whatever he did in this case may or may not be relevant, but right now he's talking about, I don't indict everybody that's brought to me. Sometimes law enforcement doesn't do a good job, so I have to pick up the pieces. I don't see why that would do it.
I don't know why Ms. Love asked that question anyway, but I mean, it's Ms. Love's case. It's the state's case being led by Ms. Love. But one thing that I think this is not the typical case in that the defense actually, in this case, has a couple of people, I think, who were once indicted for the murder of Mr. Thomas, who no longer are. And we have this other set of people now indicted. And there has been very much suggestion through defense questioning of witnesses thus far. And I don't know, I suspect will be an opening and a closing as well, which is entirely appropriate as a defense counsel to do, but to poke holes in the state's case by saying, these people, law enforcement thought it was them, XYZ, and all of a sudden, it's not. So y'all actually have somebody you're pointing to and saying, this is who ought to be being prosecuted, but they're not. And it's because of, I don't know, whatever reasons y'all come up with to argue. But that, I think, takes it out of the general, well, conduct's never relevant, because neither side should be hamstrung in not being able to counter what the one side is saying about the case. So. Anything else?
If it's tailored, then we can do it
Yeah.
question by question, but right now it's very broad.
Yeah, I agree. And I do not want Mr. Sprinkle sitting up here saying, hey, I'm brilliant. And when I decide, somebody should be prosecuted, it's because I know, and obviously he's not going to do that, but anything like that, because his thoughts about it aren't really relevant.
And Your Honor, that is the point that I was actually trying to stay very narrowly focused on, because it's not about his thoughts, but there has been a persistent assertion by way of cross-examination and whatnot regarding it. I won't say impugning, but it kind of is why certain decisions were made. There have been questions posed that have been stricken, that have amounted to, they were just after this person, or you ignored this person. And even when we have witnesses that have testified and backed up and been given immunity and said certain things, the suggestion has been made that they were given immunity because the state only wanted to go after X, Y, or Z. And I believe that it is very relevant and important for the jury to be able to gauge what at least was done in this case. And it's not just the decision of the DA's office. This is a person who actually took steps that were of an investigative nature. It is important that they are able to gauge that what has happened here in the context of, and I said it at the bench, what he does with each case. This is not no different. And we did say that we were going to tailor it, and we're going to do exactly as the court allowed, go narrower, and then talk specifically after that, after narrowing it down, generally, is this what you do in each of your cases? So I believe that the court is actually absolutely correct. It would be hamstring the state's ability to put what this person has done in the context of what they do each time, and then have the defense say, well, he just went this extra mile because he was trying to find information. He went looking for these jail calls. He did all this work because he wanted to find something on this person, versus this is just how he treats an unindicted case. And I would like to, of course, present more case law on bolstering, as the court said that we could in the morning, to argue the point.
Your Honor, can I just invite the court to observe that, to the extent that the court has been listening to the cross-examination and how we've been not presenting our case, it's not our case.
Right.
Our defense is that any challenges to the credibility of the investigation or the investigators has always been in the context of this case. Right? It's been challenging what was done in this case or what was not done in this case. And so we've been narrowly focused on defending the allegations and the investigation of what we thought were improper investigations or targeting wrong people or targeting certain people. So I think that's relevant. And what Mr. Sprinkle did in investigating this case, assisting the police in this case, sure, that may, like Mr. Steele said, may or may not be relevant, right? But for him, again, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said already, but to have him go on and talk about, well, you know, in this case, hypothetically, I may do this because this is why, and you know, for him to go into explaining about the secure system and, you know, this is what inmates do when they get to the jail, when they're down in booking versus elsewhere. All of that is really not necessary for the jury's consideration. It's just not relevant. And for him to talk about other cases really would be improper bolstering. He's bolstering himself. He's bolstering either the work of the DA's office or investigators, and that's just not proper unless he's talking about what was done in this case.
All right, yes, thank you. I will keep all of that in mind. All right, I will see y'all at, I mean, do we even think 8:45 is going to give us enough time? Let's meet at 8:30 in the morning, because I just can't get enough of all of you. All right, see y'all at 8:30. Y'all have a good evening.